Some houses are abandoned because their owners leave. But some houses are abandoned because something inside never did. Not the living, not exactly the dead. Something unfinished. In Dalat, on Tran Hung Dao Street, under rows of old pine trees and a layer of cold mountain fog, there is a cluster of French colonial villas that have been standing in silence for decades. By day, they look like sad relics from another century. Moss-covered walls, faded tile roofs, broken windows, balconies swallowed by vines. But after midnight, people say the houses begin to breathe. Someone once walked past one of those villas and heard piano music coming from a building with no electricity. Someone else heard slow footsteps crossing a wooden floor, back and forth, even though the rooms were empty. And more than one local has claimed to see a woman in white standing at a second-floor window, her head bowed, as if she were waiting for someone to come home. Among those villas, there is one house people rarely talk about. They say it was never truly abandoned. It was only waiting for the right person to return. That night, Lam was just a delivery driver, trying to finish his last order. He was not looking for ghosts. He was not filming for views. He did not believe abandoned villas could remember people. He only wanted to drop off one final package, collect the fee, and go home. But the address belonged to a place no one lived in anymore, and the name on the delivery order belonged to a woman who had vanished from the city records more than half a century ago. When Lam placed his hand on the cold iron gate of the old villa on Tran Hung Dao Street, the piano inside began to play. A slow tune, broken, careful, as if someone were practicing with fingers that had been dead for a very long time. Tran Hung Dao Street in Dalat is one of the most atmospheric and historic roads in the city. Along it stand many old French villas built during the period when Dalat was developed as a highland retreat. Some of those villas once belonged to officials, wealthy families, doctors, and administrators. They once held dinner parties, music, footsteps, warm lights, polished furniture, and voices echoing under high ceilings. Then, time passed. War passed. Owners left. Some villas were neglected for decades. Some deteriorated behind rusted fences. Some were sealed. Some were converted. And some remained standing like quiet witnesses to the city's layered past. Locals have long told stories about strange sounds from the abandoned houses at night. Piano notes from rooms with no power. Footsteps moving through empty corridors. And figures seen behind second-floor windows. Some old villas in Dalat were also used at different times for medical, military, or emergency purposes during the war years. That history has become part of the city's haunted atmosphere. The following story is fictional, built from real places, local rumors, and the feeling that some houses do not simply fall silent. They listen. And if you ever walk down Tran Hung Dao Street late at night and see a warm yellow light glowing from the second floor of a villa that should be empty, do not stop for too long, because the person inside may not want to be seen. Or worse, they they may have already seen you.
Lamb had been living in Dalat for almost 2 years. He was not born there, at least not in any way he clearly remembered. He grew up in a small coastal town in central Vietnam, where the air smelled of salt, diesel, and wet fishing nets. When he was younger, he wanted to become a musician. He played guitar in small cafes, learned songs by ear, and believed that one day his life would belong to stage lights, late-night music, and applause. But real life had a way of taking the song out of a person. His father died early. His mother's health failed slowly. Lamb put the guitar aside and moved to Dalat to work as a delivery driver. In the daytime, he delivered food. At night, when he still had enough strength to keep his eyes open, he stayed online and took more orders. Dalat was a city made for dreamers, but it could be cruel to anyone who was counting every liter of gas. Lamb rented a tiny room in an alley not far from the city center. It had enough space for a thin mattress, a plastic table, a battered guitar, and a few boxes of instant noodles. Every month, after rent, fuel, and the medicine money he sent home to his mother, almost nothing was left. That was why he kept riding at night, even when the fog made the roads feel like they were disappearing under his wheels. The order came in a little after 11. He had just delivered a bag of sandwiches near Sien Hung Lake and was about to turn off the app when his phone vibrated. New order. Pickup. An antique shop near the market. Drop off. Villa 14 Tran Hung Dao Street.
Recipen, Nguyen Thi Han.
Lamb stared at the screen. He knew Tran Hung Dao Street. Everyone in Dalat knew it. But Villa 14 sounded strange. Many old houses there no longer had visible numbers. Some were fenced off. Some were half collapsed. Some had been empty longer than Lamb had been alive. He almost rejected the order. Then he saw the delivery fee. 4 times the usual amount. Lamb sighed and muttered, "Who orders something to a dead house at this hour?" He looked at the fog rolling down the street. The yellow lamps blurred into soft circles. The air had that deep mountain cold that slipped through sleeves and settled in the bones. He accepted the order. The antique shop stood in a narrow alley near the Dalat market. When Lamb arrived, the metal shutter was only half open. Inside, the shop was packed from floor to ceiling with old clocks, cracked radios, leather suitcases, rusted cameras, framed portraits, lamps, and colonial-era objects tourists liked to buy because they looked haunted even in daylight. The owner was an old man with white hair, a narrow face, and round glasses. He sat behind the counter beside a small oil lamp. Lamb showed him the delivery screen. "Sir, I'm here for a pickup." The old man looked at the phone. Then he looked at Lamb. His gaze stayed on Lamb's face a little too long. "You are delivering to Tran Hung Dao?" "Yes."
Villa 14.
"That's what the app says. Is there a problem?" The old man did not answer at once. He turned and disappeared behind a curtain, then returned with a rectangular package wrapped in old brown paper and tied with a dark red thread. On the package was a line of handwriting, beautiful and slanted. "Return to the music room. Recipient, Han."
Lam Frau Wen.
Did the recipient place this order? "No," the old man said. Lamb thought he had misheard. "No. It has been here for a very long time. This afternoon, someone called and asked me to return it." A woman's voice, very quiet. I asked who she was. What did she say? The old man pushed the package across the counter. She said it was time. Lam forced a small laugh. Probably a family member. The old man kept watching him. What is your name?
Lam.
The old man's hand froze. For a second, his face went pale.
Lam noted.
What is it? The old man shook his head. Nothing. I must have remembered wrong. Lam picked up the package and slid it carefully into the delivery bag on his motorbike. As he turned to leave, the old man called after him.
Lam.
Yes. If you hear piano music when you get there, do not follow it. Lam stood under the awning with one hand on his throttle. What piano music? The old man looked past him, out into the fog gathering at the mouth of the alley. The music that never ends. Lam gave an uneasy smile, but it faded before it became real. Because in that same moment, from an old radio sitting on a dusty shelf inside the shop, one piano note rang out. Clear, delicate, then silence. The radio was not plugged in. Lam said nothing else. He zipped up his jacket, put on his helmet, and rode away. Tran Hung Dao Street felt different at night. During the day, it was beautiful in the way old cities are beautiful. Pine trees, sloping roofs, stone walls, small cafes, faded villas, and the quiet elegance of another era. But after midnight, especially in heavy fog, the same road felt like it belonged to someone else. The pine trees stood like tall guards. The villas appeared and vanished behind their fences. Some had been restored into hotels or restaurants. Others sat deep in their lots, dark and still, with black windows and locked doors. Lam followed the map until the blue dot stopped at a lonely bend in the road. Ahead of him stood a tall iron gate buried in vines. Beyond it, a villa sat far back from the street. It had a steep tiled roof, pale yellow walls now stained green with moss, white wooden window frames, and a second-floor balcony almost swallowed by ivy. Above the gate, a cracked stone plaque still held the faint shape of old letters.
Villa 14. Lam Xoa Lao.
So it does exist. He called the recipient. The phone rang. Once. Twice. 3 times. No answer. He called again. This time the call connected. No one spoke at first. There was only a thin crackling sound, like an old tape recorder left running in an empty room. Lam pressed the phone closer to his ear. Hello? MS. Hun? I'm outside with your delivery. Silence. Then a woman's voice came through. Very soft. Very far away. Bring it to the music room. Lam felt the skin tighten at the back of his neck. Could you please come to the gate? I can leave it with you there. The voice repeated, slower this time. Bring it to the music room. The call ended. Lam stared at the gate. The wind moved through the pine trees, and the needles whispered above him. He could have left the package outside, taken a photo, and gone home. But the app showed one clear instruction. Hand delivery required. The fee was still displayed on the screen. Too much money to walk away from. Lam got off the bike, took the package, and pushed the gate. It opened. It was not locked. The hinges shrieked in the fog. The yard was covered in wet pine needles. The air smelled of cold earth, moss, and old wood. With every step toward the house, the sound of the street faded until it felt as if the gate behind him had closed off not only the road, but the living city itself. The front door of the villa stood slightly open. Lamb stopped on the steps and called out, "Hello? Delivery." No answer. He turned on his phone flashlight and pointed it inside. The foyer was wide, with patterned tile floors, stained walls, and a high ceiling. A curved wooden staircase led to the second floor. Dust covered the banister. To the left, a long hallway disappeared into darkness. To the right, a large door stood half open. From beyond that door came the sound of a piano. Not loud, not clear, just a few uncertain notes. Plink, plink, plong, as if someone were feeling for the right keys.
Làm phô rơi.
He told himself it could be the wind, could be music from another house, could be some speaker left inside by teenagers. But the sound came from inside the villa. His phone vibrated. A text from the recipient. Music room on the right. Place it on the piano. Lamb looked at the half-open door. He did not want to go in. But something in him resisted the idea of running. It was not curiosity. It was not bravery. It was a strange feeling of recognition, like he had stood there before, smelled that damp wood before, heard that melody before. He pushed the door open. The room inside was large. A few rotting frames hung on the walls. Torn curtains dangled beside the windows. In the center of the room stood an old black piano under a thick layer of dust. One of its legs looked half-eaten by termites. The lid was slightly open. No one sat at the piano. But as Lamb stepped into the room, one key lowered by itself. Plink. Lamb stopped breathing. A second key pressed down. Plong. Then a third. A slow melody began. Lamb did not know the song. He did not know why his chest suddenly ached. The tune was so sad that his eyes stung before he understood what he was feeling. He placed the package on top of the piano. The music stopped. The room became perfectly still. Lamb backed toward the door. Then footsteps sounded on the second floor. Click, click, click. Slow shoes on old wood. Lamb looked up. Dust fell from the ceiling boards above the music room. Click, click, click. The footsteps crossed from left to right and stopped directly over his head. Then a woman whispered beside his ear. "You came home late." Lamb ran. He bolted through the foyer, almost slipping on the damp tile. He did not look back. He reached the yard, shoved the gate open, jumped on his motorbike, and tore down the road as if something were chasing him. He did not stop until he reached a brighter part of town. His heart hammered. His shirt was soaked with cold sweat. He opened the delivery app to mark the order complete. The order was gone. No history, no address, no fee, nothing. It was as if he had never accepted it. Lamb sat under a street lamp, staring at his phone. Then he felt something in his jacket pocket. A small piece of paper. He did not remember putting it there. It was yellowed, brittle, and burned along the edges. Written on it were 3 lines. "Do not let her finish the song. If the song ends, the last one must stay." Lamb did not sleep that night. He returned to his room, turned on every light, and sat on the floor with his old guitar across his lap until morning. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard the piano again. Not outside his head, but deep inside it. The next morning, he went back to the antique shop. It was closed. A handwritten sign hung on the shutter. Closed. Lam asked the woman selling hot soy milk at the front of the alley. She looked at him strangely. That shop has been closed for days. No, it hasn't. I was there last night. Last night? Yes. I picked up a package from the owner. The old man with white hair and round glasses? Yes. The woman slowly put down her ladle. He died last week. Lam felt the alley tilt under him. What? A stroke. His family took him away. The shop has been closed since then. Lam stood among the morning vendors and felt colder than he had felt outside the villa. He checked his call history. The recipient's number was still there. He called it. A recorded voice answered. The number you have dialed does not exist. Lam told only one person about what happened. And was an old friend and part-time sound editor for a horror storytelling channel. He loved abandoned places, urban legends, distorted audio, and anything that made other people refuse to sleep with the lights off. When Lam finished telling him the story and did not look scared, he looked excited. Do you understand what this is? And asked. I understand that I almost died from fear. No. I mean, if we can record that piano, it could be huge. Lam stared at him. You want to turn my nightmare into content? I am not saying that. I am saying something real may be inside that house. That is the reason not to go back. And leaned forward. Are you sure? The voice said. You came home late? Yes. Have you ever been there before? No. Does your family have any connection to Dalat? Lam opened his mouth to say no. Then he stopped. His mother had never talked much about the past. She had told him only that he was born in Dalat and that they moved to the coast when he was very small. His father, the man who raised him, was not his biological father. That was something his mother had said once, years ago, half asleep after surgery. Lam had never asked more. Not because he was not curious. Because he was afraid of the answer, and noticed the change in his face. So there is something. I do not know. Then we need to go back. Are you insane? We do not go inside. We stand outside. We record. If anything happens, we leave. Lam shook his head. But that night, when he called his mother, the first thing she asked was, Have you been near Tran Hung Dao Street lately? Lam went still. Why would you ask me that? There was silence on the line. Then his mother said, Nothing. I had a dream. Did you live in Dalat before? A long time ago. Near Tran Hung Dao Street? She coughed, then took a long breath. Lam, some places should not be visited twice. Do you know Villa 14? This time the silence was complete. Lam could hear her breathing. At last she said, Listen to me. Do not go there again. You know something. Do not ask. Mom. Especially if you hear the piano. Lam gripped the phone. Why? Her voice began to shake. because that song was never finished. She ended the call soon after. She said she was tired and needed to rest. But Lamb knew she was not only tired. She was afraid. And not in the way people are afraid of legends. She was afraid the way people are afraid of memories. The next afternoon, Lamb and in returned to Tran Hung Dao Street. They went during daylight and said that made it safer. Lamb knew it only made fear easier to see. Villa 14 stood behind its rusted gate, silent under a pale sky. In daylight, it looked less like a nightmare and more like a sick old building. Its walls were yellow and green with age. The grass came up past their knees. One leaning pine tree cast a long shadow across the roof and carried a digital recorder, a directional microphone, a small camera, and a flashlight. Lamb carried his phone and a folding knife in his pocket, even though he knew a knife would not matter against whatever waited inside. The gate was still unlocked and gave a nervous whistle, almost like it wants us in. Lamb shot him a look. Do not say things like that. They stepped into the yard. Even in daylight, the sound changed around the villa. Traffic from the street thinned until it was almost gone. There were no birds, only wind moving through pine needles overhead. At the front door and started the recorder. Test. 1, 2, 3.
Villa 14, Tranung Dao Street, Dalat.
Time. 4:12 in the afternoon. Lamb stood beside him, staring into the dark foyer. He did not want to cross the threshold. Then a faint smell drifted out. Antiseptic. Old and sharp.
Lam Frau Wen.
Do you smell that? Mold, and said.
No.
A hospital. They went inside. The foyer was the same as before, but daylight revealed more details. A patch of paint had peeled from the wall near the staircase. Beneath it, a faded red cross was barely visible, and moved the camera closer. So this place really was used as a medical station? Lamb did not answer. He was looking at the third step of the staircase. There was a dark stain on the wood, long and smeared, as if someone had once been dragged or carried down. The music room was on the right. The door stood open. The piano was there, but the package Lamb had left on it was gone. Only a clean rectangle remained in the dust. And checked the room carefully. No power. No wires. No speakers. If you heard music in here, then what? Lamb asked, and swallowed. Then I do not know. Lamb approached the piano. He pressed one key. The sound that came out was dull and out of tune. Immediately, something moved upstairs. Click. Both men froze. Click. And lowered the camera.
Lam.
Click. The footsteps crossed the ceiling above them. Someone is up there, and whispered. Lamb shook his head. Do not go upstairs. But An had already turned on his flashlight and stepped back into the foyer. It is daylight. Could be a homeless person. Could be security. Could be. He stopped. Something rolled down the staircase. Click. 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 It landed at Lamb's feet. A button. Ivory white. Old. A tiny letter was carved into the center. Ash. And bent down. What is that? Lamb picked it up. The moment his fingers closed around it, pain flashed through his skull. A white corridor. Blood. Antiseptic. Rain beating on a tile roof. A woman in a white nurse's coat running past with a newborn baby in her arms. Behind her, a blast shattered the windows. Then the piano began to play. Not for beauty, for warning. Lamb came back to himself on his knees and was shaking him. "Hey, what happened?" Lamb gasped for air. "I saw something." "What?" "I do not know." The footsteps upstairs stopped. Then a woman's voice floated down from above. "Do not let the baby cry." Anne's face drained of color. "Lamb, we are leaving." This time, Lamb agreed. But when they reached the front door, it slammed shut, and grabbed the handle and pulled. It would not open. It was not locked. It simply refused. The air inside the house turned freezing. The torn curtains in the music room began to thrash, though every window was closed. Then the piano began to play by itself. Not scattered notes this time. A full passage. Slow. Sud. Growing stronger. And aimed the camera at the piano with shaking hands. "No. No. That is impossible." Lamb watched the keys move. With every note, another fragment of memory broke open inside him. A room packed with wounded men. Iron beds pushed wall to wall. A young soldier missing a leg, gripping a nurse's hand. A girl with long hair at the piano, playing while tears ran down her face. A doctor shouting, "Move them to the basement. Now." The song was not a lullaby. It was an evacuation signal. Lamb knew this without knowing how he knew. The music grew faster. The floor trembled. From the hallway on the left came the sound of many people walking at once. Not one pair of feet. Dozens. Shoes. Bare feet. Crutches. Metal scraping tile. The squeal of a stretcher wheel. And backed into the wall. "Lamb." "I can hear them." Lamb could hear them too. They were moving down the hall. But the hallway was empty. Only the cold moved. At the far end, a door flew open. A baby cried from the darkness beyond it. Lamb stopped. The sound struck something deep inside him and grabbed his arm. "No. Remember what the old man said. Do not follow the music." "This is not the music," Lamb whispered. He pulled away and walked toward the open door. The room beyond looked like a storage room. Rusted bed frames leaned against the walls. A broken medical cabinet stood in the corner. Empty glass bottles lay scattered on the floor. On one wall, written in charcoal, were the words, "Do not take the baby through the front door." Anne's voice shook. "What is this place?" Lamb pointed his flashlight at the floor. Old scratch marks led to a rotting rug. He pulled it aside. Underneath was a wooden trapdoor, and stared. "We are not going down there." From beneath the trapdoor came one small cry. Weak. Then silence. Lamb reached for the iron ring. His phone vibrated. His mother was calling. He answered. "Mom." The voice that spoke was not his mother's. It was the woman from the delivery call. "Do not open it until you remember."
Lam Frodo.
"Who are you?" You were carried out of here once. And stepped back.
Làm hàng úp.
The voice continued. But someone else had to stay behind. The call ended. Lamb stared at the screen. The caller name still said Mom. But that was not his mother's voice. He called back. His mother answered at once, frightened.
Làm.
Where are you? Did you just call me?
No.
I have been holding the phone. I did not call. Lamb looked at the trapdoor. Mom, I am at Villa 14. A broken sob came through the line. Please leave. Tell me the truth. Who am I? You are my son.
No.
Where was I born? For a long time she said nothing. Then she whispered, I did not give birth to you. The room seemed to lose all air, and stared at him, confused. His mother's voice trembled. I found you in Dalat near the end of the war. There was chaos that night. You were wrapped in a white cloth and left near the back gate of a villa on Tran Hung Dao Street. You were so small, barely crying. I was helping a medical unit. They told me the baby had no one left. So I took you.
Villa 14.
She did not answer. She did not need to. Why did you never tell me? Because I was afraid you would go back. Who was inside? A nurse. Her name was Han. Lamb looked at the button in his hand. The letter H. My birth mother? I do not know. But she carried you out when the villa was attacked. She put you in my arms at the back gate and said, if he lives, do not let him hear that song. Then she went back inside. Why? Because people were still trapped in the basement. Lamb looked down at the trapdoor. The piano in the music room kept playing. Faster. Closer to the end. His mother cried into the phone. Lamb, if the song is almost over, run. That house keeps whoever finishes it. The signal died. The flashlight flickered and seized Lamb by the shoulder. We are leaving right now. But Lamb could not look away from the trapdoor. He did not know what was below. Bones. Memories. Or the answer to his life. He pulled it open. Cold air rushed out, carrying the smell of wet stone, old medicine, and cloth that had been packed away for too long. A narrow stone stairway led down into darkness, and cursed under his breath, you owe me for the rest of my life. Then he followed. The basement was not deep, but the passage was long. They moved through a low tunnel lined with damp stone. Names, dates, and medical marks had been scratched into the wall. Some were almost gone, but Lamb could read a few. Do not open the door while the planes are still above. The music room signals the basement. Han has the key. At the end of the tunnel was a larger room. Old iron beds stood in rows. A medical table leaned against the wall. A rusted cabinet had collapsed on one side. Shoes lay in the dust as if their owners had taken them off and vanished. And lifted the recorder. Lamb, it is recording by itself. The small red light blinked. From the recorder speaker came a woman's voice, broken by static. Day 17. We do not have enough anesthesia. We have moved the wounded into the basement. The music is still the signal. If I do not finish the third passage, it means the back door is still open. and whispered, "Is that an old recording?" But his recorder was new. The woman's voice continued. "A baby was born tonight. His mother died before she could name him. I called him Lamb because outside this house the pine forest is still green." Lamb could not breathe. His name. She had said his name. The static grew louder. "The doctor says the baby must go first. But there are 12 people still below. I will come back," and flinched as an explosion cracked through the recording. Behind them, the basement door slammed shut. Darkness swallowed the tunnel, and ran back and returned seconds later, pale and shaking. The way out is blocked. The piano above them echoed through the ceiling. The song was nearing its final notes. Lamb knew it. Maybe because that song had lived in his blood before he ever learned to speak. On top of the rusted cabinet was a small wooden box. Lamb opened it. Inside was the brown paper package he had delivered the night before. The red thread had been untied. Inside were 3 things: a burned hospital file, a yellowed white cloth, and a handwritten sheet of music. The title was "The Road Home Through the Fog." Beneath it, someone had written, "For the baby in room 3. If you are alive, do not let your mother finish this song." Lamb touched the cloth. The basement vanished. He was standing in the villa in another time. Night. Then, sirens. Wounded people filled the halls. A young nurse with tired eyes placed a newborn baby into the arms of a younger woman at the back gate. "Take him. Do not come back." The woman sobbed. "What about you?" "I have to go down to the basement." "Nurse Han, you will die." Han looked at the baby one last time. She did not cry. She only kissed his forehead. "If he lives, tell him I did not leave him." Then she ran back into the villa. She went to the music room, sat at the piano, and began to play. The piano was not calling ghosts. It was telling the people below that the back door was still open, that there was still a way out. But when the song approached its ending, an explosion collapsed part of the stairway. The basement door jammed. Han kept playing because she thought if she stopped, the people below would lose hope. She played until fire reached the music room, until smoke crawled across the ceiling, until her fingers could no longer lift from the keys. But she died before she could play the final note. Lamb opened his eyes. He was in the basement again, and was shaking him. "Wake up. There is smoke." White smoke seeped from the cracks in the stone. It was not hot, but it stung the eyes and thickened around them like a memory trying to become real. Footsteps filled the room. Many footsteps. The basement felt crowded now. Lamb heard weak breaths, metal wheels, quiet prayers, and someone groaning in pain. The piano above them was almost finished, and coughed. "We are going to die here." Lamb looked at the sheet music. Then he understood. The house did not want to kill him. It wanted the song to end. Not as a curse, as a signal. The final signal. The one that told everyone below that the door was open and they could go. Lamb grabbed the sheet music and ran toward the tunnel. "The exit is blocked," and shouted. "We are not using that exit." "Then where?" Lamb found a half-buried secondary stairway at the back of the room. Broken bricks and rotted wood covered it. The two men tore at the debris with their hands. Stones cut Lamb's skin. Blood ran down his fingers and dripped onto the sheet music. The moment the blood touched the final line, the piano upstairs stopped. Silence. Then a woman spoke behind him. "Do not play the last note." Lamb turned. In the white smoke stood a woman in an old nurse's coat. She was not monstrous. She was not covered in blood. She looked tired and unbearably sad. It was Han. She looked at Lamb as if she had been searching for him for a lifetime. He did not know what to call her. Mother. Nurse. A dead woman who had given him life. His voice broke. Why? Han looked toward the ceiling. If you play the final note, the one who plays it must stay in my place. And went still. What? This house keeps the last person who owes the song, Han said. I have owed it for more than 50 years. I will not let my son pay it for me. Then why did you call me back? Lamb asked. Han closed her eyes. I did not. She turned toward the rusted cabinet. From the darkness beside it came the old antique shop owner. But he no longer looked as he had in the shop. There was a dark wound in his chest. His clothes were not shop clothes, but the stained pajamas of a patient. And stepped back. Who are you? The old man looked at Lamb. I am the man who locked the basement door. Lamb felt his blood go cold. The old man bowed his head. That year I was not a shopkeeper. I was a wounded guard brought here for treatment. When the evacuation started, I panicked. I heard the back exit could only move a few people at a time. I thought they would leave me behind. So I locked the side passage and kept the key. I forced them to take me first. Han watched him without hatred. But she would not abandon anyone, the old man said. She kept playing so they would wait. And I lived. I lived my whole life with that music in my head. I opened the antique shop. I kept the file. I kept the sheet music. I wanted to return it, but I was too afraid to enter this house. Before I died, all I wanted was for someone to end it. Lamb looked at him. So you chose me? No, the old man whispered. The house chose you. I only heard the phone ring inside a shop that had already closed. The voice on the other end said, Bring him home.
Hành stipet kalo to lam.
You are alive. That is enough. Leave. The smoke thickened. Dust began to fall from the ceiling. And shouted, Lamb, we have to go. But Lamb looked at the sheet music in his hands. All his life he had not known where he came from. He had not known who had named him. He had not known why piano music made him feel like he was grieving someone he had never met. Now he knew. And he also knew that if he left, the song would continue inside Villa 14. Night after night, year after year, the footsteps would keep moving in the hallway. The people in the basement would keep waiting. And Han would keep sitting at a piano she could never finish playing. Lamb turned to him. You go first. And understood at once.
No.
I can play a little piano. You play guitar. I can read music.
No.
Lamb gripped his friend's shoulder. Listen to me. If I do not come out, take the file to my mother. Tell her thank you. Anne's eyes filled with tears. Do not talk like this is a movie. Lamb gave him a small, broken smile. You edit horror stories for a living. A section of the wall collapsed, revealing the secondary stairs. Cold air rushed down from above. Han looked at Lamb with pain in her eyes. You must not pay my debt. Lamb stepped past her. I am not paying it. He looked at the unseen crowd in the basement. I am opening the door. They climbed the secondary stairs and reached a small door behind the music room. When Lamb pushed it open, the room had changed. There was no dust.
No torn curtains. No rotten frames.
A warm yellow light glowed on the walls. The black piano stood whole in the center of the room. The bench was empty, but the keys felt warm, and stood at the doorway crying now. Lamb, please. Lamb placed the sheet music on the stand. Outside the window, the villa yard was full of fog. And in that fog stood many figures. The soldier with one leg, the doctor, the wounded, the old shopkeeper, and Han. All of them were waiting, not forcing him, only waiting. Lamb put his hands on the keys. He had never truly studied piano. He knew only a little from cafes and borrowed instruments. But when he looked at the music, his fingers seemed to know where to go. As if someone had taught him long ago. Maybe before he was born. He began to play. The melody trembled at first. He missed a few notes. Then it steadied. The music filled the room, moved through the hallway, flowed down into the basement, crossed the yard, and entered the Dalat fog. And stood at the doorway. His recorder turned on by itself. Later, when he listened back, and swore the recording did not contain only Lamb's playing. There was another piano beneath it. Softer. Steadier. As if a woman were sitting beside Lamb, guiding his hands through the final passage. The song approached the end. Han stood outside the window, shaking her head with tears on her face. Lamb looked at her. For the first time, he called her what his heart already knew. Mother. Han raised a hand to her mouth, but no sound came out. Lamb played the final note. It was very soft, very clear, like a drop of water falling into a lake at dawn. The villa went silent, then every window flew open at once. There was no wind, but the fog inside the house rushed out like a crowd finally released. The figures in the yard began to disappear. The old shopkeeper bowed to Lamb. The soldier smiled. The doctor placed a hand over his heart. One by one, they were gone. Only Han remained. She stood by the window for a long time. Lamb tried to reach her, but his knees gave out. Han entered the room. She touched his face. Her hand was not cold, not warm, only light like fog. You came home.
Lam cried.
I am sorry. No, she said. I am the one who is sorry. For leaving me? For making you find your mother in a dead house. The yellow light dimmed and rushed in and pulled Lamb up. We have to go. Lamb looked back at Han. Can you leave now? She looked toward the yard, where the fog was thinning. Yes. Lamb wanted to ask everything. Who his parents were. Who his father had been. Why Han had named him Lamb. How long she had waited. But Han placed one finger over her lips. Do not ask too much of the dead. The living still have to go on. Then she vanished. No scream. No wind. Only the faint smell of antiseptic fading into the scent of wet pine. The room began to shake and dragged Lamb outside. They reached the yard just as part of the music room ceiling collapsed behind them. Dust burst into the air. The iron gate stood open. Beyond it, the sounds of the living city returned all at once. Motorbikes, voices, distant music, a dog barking somewhere down the road. Lamb fell to his knees on the sidewalk. The sheet music was still in his hands. But the final line had changed. It no longer read, "If you are alive, do not let your mother finish this song." Now it read, "If you are alive, live the part of life I could not." 3 days later, Lamb went home to see his adoptive mother. She was not surprised when he showed her the file. She only held him for a very long time and cried like someone who had carried the same secret for too many years. The file said, "Male infant, found at Villa 14 Tran Hung Dao Street.
Transfer Binus Nguyen Thi Han.
Condition, alive." There was no father's name, no birth mother's name, only one note in Han's handwriting. "Name him Lamb because so many people died here, but outside, the pine forest is still alive." After that, Lamb stopped doing night deliveries. He began working with N as a sound editor. They still made horror stories together, but N never used the full recording from Villa 14. He kept only one section, the ending, the sound of Lamb playing the final note. And after it, in the silence where there should have been nothing, a woman's voice whispered, "Thank you, my son." Months later, Villa 14 on Tran Hung Dao Street was fenced off because of severe structural damage. People said that after that night, no one heard piano music there again. The footsteps stopped too. No one saw the woman in white at the second floor window. But there was one strange thing. Every year, on the foggiest night of November, a bouquet of white flowers appears at the gate of Villa 14. No one knows who leaves it there. No camera ever catches anyone. Only the people who pass by very early in the morning sometimes notice a small paper resting on the mossy step. On it are 3 words, "I still live." And if you stand very still under the pine trees of Tran Hung Dao Street, you may sometimes hear a sound so faint you are not sure it is real. Not a piano. Not footsteps. A mother humming to her child. From very far away. From a house that finally learned how to sleep.
People often think abandoned houses are places everyone has forgotten. Maybe that is not always true. Some houses are not abandoned. They are keeping something for us. A promise. A secret. A name. A song that was never finished. And on Tran Hung Dao Street in Dalat, among old French villas covered in moss and pine trees sinking into fog, there may still be a house like that. By day, it is only a quiet ruin. But at night, if you ever hear piano music coming from a villa with no lights and no power, do not assume it is only a ghost. It may be a mother, still trying to play the final note so her child can return to the living. If this story stayed with you, follow the channel for more true location horror stories, forgotten places, and mysteries that begin where history refuses to end.
If one night you drive through Pren Pass, right when the fog is so thick, your headlights can only cut a few feet ahead of the hood, and you see a woman in white standing at the edge of the road, do not honk at her. Do not curse under your breath. And whatever you do not look back a second time. For decades, drivers have claimed they saw her standing in the fog with long wet hair, a soaked white dress, one hand hanging at her side, and the other hand lifted as if she were trying to stop a car. Some say she is still there when they pass her, but the moment they look into the rearview mirror, she is gone. The older drivers around the lot tell a darker version of the story. If you see her once, it is a warning. If you see her twice, you still have a chance to turn back. But if you see her for the third time, your car is no longer traveling on the road meant for the living. Pren Pass is a famous mountain road at the southern gateway into Dalat City, in Lam Dong Province, Vietnam. The pass is about 11 kilometers long, connecting National Highway 20 with the center of Dalat. It curves along the mountain slopes and cuts through deep green pine forest. During the day, Pren Pass is one of the most scenic roads leading into the City of Flowers. But at night, especially when fog rolls down over the asphalt, the road becomes something colder, quieter, and far less forgiving. Since the 1980s, many drivers have passed around stories of a woman in white standing by the roadside in heavy fog. Some say that when they turn back to look, the woman disappears. Pren Pass has also been known for serious traffic accidents caused by winding terrain, limited visibility, slippery pavement, and dense mountain fog. Out of those accidents, a local legend grew. People began to say the spirits of those who died on the pass still wander among the bends. And on the coldest nights, they appear from the fog, not to frighten the living, but to call someone to follow them.
Lam had been driving the Duc Trong to Dalat route for almost 10 years. His silver 7-seat car was no longer new, but the engine still ran smoothly. The headlights were still strong, and the air conditioner was cold enough for tourists stepping out of Lien Quang Airport and wanting to reach Dalat before morning. Lam was not the kind of man who believed in ghosts. He had been born in Lam Dong and raised with the sound of rain on sheet metal roofs, the smell of red soil after wet afternoons, and the strange stories old drivers told each other over late-night coffee. To him, ghosts were only what people invented when they had no better explanation for darkness. A slippery pass caused accidents. Fog made drivers blind. Tired men fell asleep behind the wheel. That was all. He had said that line many times. Until the night of November 17th. The night he accepted what he thought would be his last ride. Or at least, that was what he believed. That evening, Dalat had been under a thin rain since late afternoon. It was not a storm. It was the kind of misty rain that falls like dust, coating the windshield and stretching every streetlight into a pale yellow blur. At almost 11 at night, Lam parked outside a small noodle shop in Duc Trong. He had just finished a bowl of rare beef pho and was about to head back to his rented room when his phone vibrated. It was an unknown number. Lam stared at the screen for a moment, then answered. "Are you still driving up to Dalat tonight?" It was a woman. Her voice was low, rough, and thin, like she had been crying before she called. Lam glanced out at the wet road. "At this hour?" "Yes. I need to get to Dalat now." "How many passengers?" "3. Where should I pick you up?" There was a pause on the line. Then the woman said, "At the foot of Pren Pass." Lam frowned. You are already at the foot of the pass and you want to go up to Dalat? Yes. Why not catch a car there? Nobody stops. That answer made Lam uneasy. But in his job, strange did not always mean frightening. Some passengers were drunk. Some had fought with family. Some had been abandoned by a tour group. Some simply did not want to explain why they were standing in the rain at midnight. Lam gave her the price. The woman agreed immediately, without bargaining. Before she hung up, she added one more sentence. Do not take another road. Just go straight through Pren Pass. Lam laughed under his breath. From there to Dalat, Pren is the road. Where else would I go? But the woman did not laugh. She only said, a lot of people will not go through it tonight. Then she ended the call. At 11:37, Lam drove out of town. The rain had softened, but fog had begun to crawl down from the pine hills on both sides of the road. When he was a few hundred meters from the foot of the pass, he saw 3 people standing beneath the closed awning of a roadside building. An old man, a young woman, and a boy of about 10. The old man wore a brown coat and an old knit cap. He was thin, slightly hunched, and he held a faded cloth bag in one hand. The young woman wore a white dress that reached her knees, with a clear raincoat over it. Her hair was tied low, and her face was lowered, so Lam could not see her clearly. The boy stood close beside her, holding a paper cake box in both arms. Break time equals 0. 45s/. Lam lowered the window. You called for a car? The young woman lifted her head. In the headlights, her face looked almost colorless. Not pale from makeup. Pale from cold. Yes, she said. It was the same voice from the phone. Lam unlocked the doors. Get in. It is freezing out there. The old man took the front passenger seat. The young woman and the boy sat in the back. As soon as the doors closed, Lam noticed a strange smell. Damp cloth, wet earth, and the faint scent of burned incense. He glanced into the rearview mirror. The boy was still hugging the cake box, his eyes fixed on the window. The young woman sat perfectly still, both hands resting on her knees. The old man beside Lam asked, "You are used to driving the pass at night?" Lam smiled. Every day. Sometimes 2 or 3 trips. You are not afraid? Afraid of what, sir? The old man turned and looked at him. His eyes were cloudy, but very awake. Afraid of the person standing on the road. Lam froze for one breath. Then he laughed. So you have heard that story too? I have heard many stories. The woman in white, right? The old man did not answer at once. He ran one hand over the cloth bag on his lap. Not a woman, he said softly. Lam glanced at him. Then who? The old man whispered, someone who does not want anyone to keep going. The car entered the pass. Pren Pass at night was nothing like Pren Pass by day. In daylight, the road curled around pine forest, sunlight slipped through branches, and there were tourist cars, motorbikes, truck horns, laughter, and people stopping to take photographs. But after dark, all of that vanished. Only the wet black road remained, with white lane markings dragging forward through the headlights, and on both sides, pine trees stood like tall, thin figures watching from the fog. The mist thickened. Lamb slowed down. 40 kilometers an hour. 35. 30. The old man looked at the clock on the dashboard. 11:58, he said. Lamb asked, "Where should I drop you in the city?" "After we get through the pass," the old man said. That answer irritated Lamb. He preferred passengers who gave clear destinations. People who did not give clear destinations usually carried trouble with them. "And you?" Lamb asked, glancing at the young woman in the mirror. She kept her face lowered. "We are together." "Is the boy your son?" No one answered. Lamb felt awkward, so he said nothing more. Inside the car, the only sound was the steady sweep of the windshield wipers. Click. 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 After a few more minutes, the boy in the back suddenly spoke. "Uncle." Lamb looked into the mirror. "What is it?" "Do not pass the red bus." Lamb frowned. "What red bus?" The boy pointed ahead. There was no vehicle in the fog. Only the road bending slightly left. "You see a red bus?" The boy nodded. That bus already fell. A chill moved over Lamb's back. The young woman placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Do not say any more." The old man beside Lamb sighed. "Children often see before adults do." Lamb switched to high beams. The fog threw the light back at him, making the road even wider and more blind. He cursed softly and lowered the beams again. "Fog is thick tonight," he muttered. The old man said, "When this pass does not want to let someone through, it does that." Lamb began to feel annoyed. "Please do not talk like that in the car. It is bad luck on a mountain road." The old man fell silent. After a while, he asked, "What is your name?" "Lamb." "Nguyen Hong Lamb?" Lamb's hands tightened on the wheel. "Do you know me?" The old man turned to look straight at him. "I knew your father." The air in the car seemed to grow colder. Lamb did not answer. He hated it when strangers mentioned his father. His father had also been a driver. He died when Lamb was 6 years old. A traffic accident on Pren Pass. Lamb's mother never told him the details. She only said the car lost control in heavy fog. His father died at the scene. After that, every time Lamb drove through Pren Pass, his mother told him the same thing. When the fog is heavy at night, do not force the road. Lamb never listened. He kept driving. Because the living needed money. And the dead were already dead. Break time equals 0. 5s/. The car reached a wide curve. The cliff wall rose on the right. On the left, the guardrail disappeared into a black drop. A warning sign for a sharp bend glowed red through the fog. Suddenly, the boy in the back held his breath. The young woman lifted her head. The old man placed one hand on the dashboard. Lamb looked ahead. A figure stood at the edge of the road. White dress. Long hair. No umbrella. No raincoat. Perfectly still in the fog. Lamb touched the brake. The car rolled slower. The woman stood with her back to the headlights, her head slightly bowed, both arms hanging down. She was less than 20 meters away. Lamb tapped the horn. One short note sounded and dissolved into the mist. The woman did not move. Lamb muttered, "Are you crazy?" The old man said sharply, "Do not honk." Lamb looked at him. "You see her, right? There is someone in the road." The old man did not look forward. He looked at Lamb. "I see her. Then I should get out and check." "Do not get out." His voice was suddenly firm. "Stop the car. Turn off the engine." Lamb let out a bitter laugh. "Are you joking? We are in the middle of the pass. Why would I turn off the engine?" The boy in the back clutched the cake box tighter. "Uncle, she is going to turn around now." The moment the boy finished speaking, the woman in white slowly turned her head. Not her body. Only her head. Slowly. Stiffly. As if her neck had been broken backward. Every hair on Lamb's body rose. By reflex, he swerved right to avoid her. At that exact instant, an oncoming truck burst out of the fog. Its headlights were white and violent, tearing open the darkness. If Lamb had not moved, the truck would have hit him head-on. The truck blasted past, its air horn roaring. Lamb's car rocked hard. The right tires rode onto the road edge, and gravel cracked against the undercarriage. The young woman cried out. The boy sobbed. Lamb slammed the brake. The car stopped near the shoulder, less than half a meter from the drop. For several seconds, nobody spoke. All Lamb could hear was his heartbeat pounding inside his ears. He looked forward again. The woman in white was gone. Lamb swallowed. "Did you see that?" The old man nodded faintly. "I told you. Brake time equals 0. 35s/, she does not want anyone to keep going." Lamb looked into the rearview mirror. Behind the car, there was only fog. No woman. No white figure. But the moment he began to turn his head and look directly behind him, the young woman in the back said, "Do not look back." Lamb stopped. "What did you say?" She met his eyes in the mirror. For the first time, Lamb could see her clearly. Her eyes were very dark. And very sad. "You have seen her the first time." Lamb could no longer laugh. He pulled the handbrake and took several deep breaths. "Who are you people?" No one answered. He turned to the old man. "You know my father. You know what happened, don't you?" The old man took a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his coat, but did not light one. "I used to be your father's conductor." Lam stared at him. "Are you telling the truth? Your father's name was Hong. He drove the Saigon to Dalat bus route. You were very young then." Lam felt his throat tighten. His mother had forbidden him from asking about the accident. Every time he asked, she went silent. When he grew older, he heard pieces of the story from older drivers. One said his father drove too fast. One said the brakes failed. One said he swerved to avoid a white figure and went over the edge. No version was exactly the same. Only one detail stayed the same. That night, the fog was heavy, and a woman in white was standing at the curve. Lam looked at the old man. "My father died because of her?" The old man was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "No. Your father died because he did not listen to her." Before Lam could ask more, his phone lit up. There was no service, but the screen showed an incoming call. The caller name was Mom. Lam went still. His mother had died 3 months earlier. Lung cancer. After the funeral, Lam had put her phone into a drawer with his own hands. Yet now, on his screen, the word Mom blinked in the dark car. There was no ringtone. Only vibration. One pulse. Then another. Like someone tapping a finger against the glass. The young woman in the back said quietly, "Do not answer it here." Lam looked at her in the mirror. Why? Because if you hear her voice while the car is still inside the pass, you will not want to leave. Lam stared at the call. His finger trembled above the screen. Then the call ended. A message appeared immediately after it. Only 4 words. "Do not go on." Lam dropped the phone as if it had burned him. The old man closed his eyes. "Too late," he whispered. Lam turned toward him. "Too late for what?" The old man opened his eyes. "She will stand there the second time." Lam decided to turn back. He no longer cared where the passengers wanted to go. He no longer cared about the fare. He no longer cared about the pride of being a driver who had laughed at ghost stories for years. He only wanted to get out of the pass. He shifted gears and turned the wheel. But when the car had only half turned, an air horn sounded behind them. Very close. Lam jerked his eyes to the mirror. An old red bus was rushing at them from inside the fog. Its headlights were dull yellow. Its long body swayed. A diagonal crack split its windshield. Lam shouted and hit the gas. The 7-seat car shot forward, barely avoiding the impact from behind. The red bus slid past the side of his car. But the near collision was not what froze Lam's blood. What froze him was what he saw inside the bus as it passed. There was no driver. No passengers. Only empty seats. Soaked with rainwater. And on the rear window, a small hand pressed against the glass. A child's hand. Lamb gasped for air. What was that? The boy in the back whispered through tears, that bus already fell. The young woman held him close. Do not look anymore. Lamb pushed the accelerator. The car climbed higher into the pass. The fog grew thicker. The headlights no longer lit the road. They only made a white wall in front of the hood. The old man pointed. Keep right. Do not cross the center line. I know how to drive. No. You do not know this part. Lamb clenched his jaw. I have driven this road for 10 years. The old man said, not this version of the road. Before Lamb could understand, the car passed a roadside marker. In the headlights, he saw the faded letters. KM7. He had already passed kilometer 7 a few minutes earlier. Why was it here again? Lamb checked the dashboard clock. 12:17. He remembered clearly. When he saw the woman in white the first time, it had also been 12:17. The clock had stopped. The second hand did not move. Even the digital display remained frozen. 12:17. The boy whispered, we came back. Lamb's control began to crack. That is impossible. He turned on the navigation screen. The map appeared. But the road on the map was no longer Pren Pass. It was only a gray line stretching forward into nothing. No start. No end. No road name. Then the screen flickered. A message appeared. You are too close to the accident point. Lamb shut the screen off at once. Cold sweat ran down his spine. A few minutes later, they saw a small roadside tea stall. Lamb knew there were stalls along the pass during the day, but at this hour, all of them should have been closed. This one was still lit. A yellow bulb hung beneath a tin roof. Inside sat an old woman. On the table were a teapot, an old radio, and several sticks of incense burning inside a glass cup. The old man said, "Stop here." Lamb did not want to stop. But the engine suddenly lost power. It coughed, trembled, and died. The car rolled slowly to the stall and stopped by itself. Lamb turned the key. Nothing. He tried again. Still nothing. The old woman at the stall looked up. Her eyes showed no surprise. As if she had been expecting them. The old man opened his door. The young woman took the boy by the hand and stepped out. Lamb sat still for several seconds, then finally got out too. The outside air was bitterly cold. Fog slipped through his jacket and touched his skin like wet fingers. The old woman poured 4 cups of tea. "Come in," she said. "The road is still long." Lamb asked at once, "Do you have a phone?" "My car died." The old woman looked at him. "Phones do not work here." "Then where is here?" "Break time equals 0. For S/". She pushed a cup of tea toward him. Kilometer 7. Lamb turned and looked at the marker near the stall. It was Kilometer 7. But the marker looked older, covered in moss, as if it had been standing there for decades. The old man sat at the table. "You are still selling tea, Mrs. Sao?" Mrs. Sao smiled faintly. "Only to people who still owe something to this road." Lamb stared at him. "You know her?" The old man did not answer. Mrs. Sao placed the old radio in the middle of the table. "Listen." Lamb stepped back. "I do not want to listen to anything." Mrs. Sao looked at him. "Your father said the same thing." The sentence struck him like a slap. Lamb froze. Mrs. Sao turned the dial. Static hissed. Then a distorted male voice came through, tangled with wind and rain. "A bus has lost control near Pren Pass. Heavy fog in the area. All vehicles are advised to reduce speed." Lamb knew this was not a current report. The sound was old. Distant. As if it had been recorded on a cassette tape. Then another voice broke through. A younger man's voice. "Urgent. There is someone standing in the road. Someone is signaling us to stop." A second voice shouted, "Do not look. Hong, do not look in the mirror." Lamb's whole body went cold. Hong. His father's name. The radio screamed with static. Then came the sound of brakes. Metal crashing. People screaming. And then silence. Lamb took a step back. "No." Mrs. Sao turned off the radio. "That was the last recording from your father's bus." Lamb looked at the old man. "Who are you?" The old man lowered his head. "My name is Tin. I was the conductor that night." Lamb felt the world tilt under him. "You survived?" Tin nodded. "I should not have." Lamb pointed at the young woman and the boy. "And them?" No one answered. The young woman looked down. The boy placed the cake box on the table. On top of the box, someone had written by hand, "Happy Birthday," and 1986. Lamb looked at the boy. "What is your name?" The boy pressed his lips together. "Nobody calls me anymore." Lamb turned to the young woman. "And you?" She was silent for a long time. Then she said, "You can call me in." Lamb looked at the cake box. "Happy birthday, An." But the boy was not An. So An was the young woman? If that was true, why did the box say 1986? The young woman looked only 22. Mrs. Sao said softly, "At kilometer 7, the dead do not grow older." Lamb's legs almost gave way. He wanted to run. But behind the tea stall, there was only dark pine forest. In front of him, the road drowned in fog. and his car sat silent like a dead animal. Tin placed his hand on the table. Lamb, listen to me. Tonight, you are not the one driving us. Lamb looked at him. Then what is happening? Tin said, we are the ones trying to drive you out of the part of the road your father never escaped. In 1986, Lamb's father had been driving a passenger bus from Saigon to Dalat. There were more than 20 people on board. Among them was a young woman named An, who had just turned 22. She was wearing a white AO dye that night, because she was traveling to Dalat to begin work at a school. Her little brother was with her. He carried a birthday cake box, because An had promised him they would light the candles when they reached Dalat. That night, rain was heavy. The fog was thick. At kilometer 7, just beyond a curve, a small truck had overturned across the road. An saw it first. She screamed a warning to the driver. Lamb's father hit the brakes. The bus skidded, but it did not fall. Many passengers were hurt. An was injured too, but she opened the door and ran out into the road. She stood in the fog wearing white, waving for the vehicles behind the bus to stop. One vehicle stopped. Then another. But the third came too fast. It rushed out of the fog behind them. Everyone heard a dry, terrible impact. When they ran to the road, An was gone. They found her below the slope the next morning. After that, drivers began saying they had seen a woman in white standing at kilometer 7. Some said she made cars lose control. Some said she called the living to follow her. But Tin said the truth was different. And had not stood there to harm anyone. She had died trying to save strangers. And after death, she kept doing the same thing. Lamb listened until his throat closed. He looked at the woman in white across the table. You are An? She did not answer. The boy held the cake box tighter. Tin continued, your father did not die immediately that night. Lamb lifted his head sharply. What? He survived 3 more days in the hospital. But before he died, he kept repeating one sentence. What sentence? Tin looked out into the fog. He said, I looked into the mirror. Lamb shivered. Mrs. Sow poured more tea. Some roads do not want people to look back, she said. Because once they look, they see what is already sitting in their car. Lamb turned toward his 7-seat vehicle. Through the fogged glass, the back seats looked empty. But for one brief second, he saw many faces pressed against the windows. Old people. Children. Men. Break time equals 0. 35s/. Women. All of them soaking wet. All of them staring at him. He blinked. They disappeared. He turned back, his voice breaking. What am I supposed to do? Tin said, keep going. Keep going? Are you insane? If you turn back, you will drive inside kilometer 7 forever. I do not understand. Tin slowly stood. The night your father died, he did not only see him. He saw himself in the rearview mirror. Lamb's skin prickled. Himself? Yes. Another driver, his face covered in blood, sitting in the last row of the bus. He panicked. He turned to look. And the bus went over. Mrs. Sao added, "This past does not kill people. It keeps the moment when people make their worst mistake, and it makes them look at it again and again." Lamb remembered the last 10 years. How many times had he driven through the pass while sleepy? Break time equals 0. For S/. How many times had he answered his phone while turning through a bend? How many times had he passed slower cars in fog because he wanted to make one more trip? How many times had he believed he knew the road better than the road knew him? Tonight, if the white figure had not made him swerve, the truck would have struck him head-on. Lamb fell silent. Then he asked, "Why me?" No one answered right away. Mrs. Sao looked at him for a long time. Because someone who just died still has not let go. Lamb's phone on the table lit up again. It was another call from Mom. This time, there was no vibration. No ringtone. Only the pale light of the screen on the wet wooden table. Lamb stared at it. Tears rose before he could stop them. Since his mother's death, he had not cried. He had been too busy planning the funeral. Too busy greeting relatives. Too busy paying hospital debts. Too busy driving. Too busy pretending he was fine. He had never sat down long enough to admit that there was no one left in the world who would call him home for dinner. The woman in white said, "You may answer, but only after you are out of the pass." Lamb asked, "What happens if I answer now?" She looked at him. "You will stay with her." The car engine started again at 12:17. Still 12:17. Lamb did not understand how time worked there. But he stopped asking. Tin returned to the front passenger seat. And the boy sat in the back. Mrs. Sao stood before the stall, holding an incense stick that had almost burned out. Before the car moved, she said, "When you see her the second time, do not brake hard." Lamb asked, "Then what do I do?" "Slow down. Hold the wheel straight. And listen to her. What will she say?" Mrs. Sao looked into the fog. Not with her mouth. The car left the stall. In the rearview mirror, the yellow light disappeared quickly, swallowed by the fog. Lamb forced himself not to look too long. The road began to climb. The pine trees on both sides appeared and vanished, as if sliding backward in an old film. And spoke softly from the back. "Lamb." He glanced at the mirror. "What?" "When you meet your mother, do not ask her to stay." Lamb went rigid. "You know my mother?" And did not answer directly. The living often think the dead are trying to pull them away. But sometimes the living are the ones who refuse to let go of the dead. Lamb said nothing more. He kept his eyes on the road. A curve appeared. The same curve as before. The same red warning sign. The same thick white fog. And the woman in white stood there again. The second time. But now she was not facing away. She stood at an angle, one hand near her chest, the other pointing down toward the road. Lamb slowed. 25. 20. 15. Tin said, "Look at the pavement." Lamb looked carefully. Brake time equals 0. 35s/. Just ahead of the car, under the shine of rainwater, a black streak of oil stretched across the curve. If he had entered the bend too fast, the tires would have slipped. Lamb held the wheel steady and let the car crawl across the oil. As he passed the woman in white, he tried not to look at her face. But a familiar smell filled the car. Medicated oil. An old wool sweater. Charcoal smoke on a rainy morning. His mother's smell. Lamb's hands trembled. He wanted to turn his head. He wanted to look. He wanted to call out, "Mom." But Anne spoke sharply from behind him. "Do not." Lamb bit down until his jaw hurt. The car passed her. In the mirror, the white figure was still standing there. Lamb forced himself not to look. But tears blurred the road ahead. After another stretch, Tin let out a breath. "We passed it." Lamb asked hoarsely, "Was that my mother?" Tin did not answer. And said, "The person you see is not always one person. Brake time equals 0. 45s/. What do you mean?" The past borrows the shape of whoever can make you weakest. Lamb was silent. So the woman in white could be in. She could be his mother. She could be anyone who had died on the road. Or maybe she was simply his own fear wearing white and standing in the fog. As they climbed higher, the mist thickened again. The radio in the car turned on by itself. Lamb jerked his eyes toward the display. He had not touched it. Old music came through the speakers, thin and crackling. It was a song his mother used to play on Sunday mornings. Lamb reached to turn it off. Tin caught his wrist. "Leave it." After the music faded, a woman's voice emerged. "Lamb." He froze. It was his mother's voice. Weaker than she had sounded in his childhood, closer to the final days, but unmistakably hers. "I knew one day you would drive through this pass on a night full of fog. I told you many times, but you are like your father. You always think you can control the road." Lamb's breath shook. "Mom." The voice continued. "Your father did not die because of a ghost in white. He died because he believed he could not be wrong. Until the last second, he still tried to look back and prove he was right." Tears fell onto the steering wheel. "I am sorry I never told you everything. I was afraid you would hate your father. I was also afraid you would hate this pass. But the truth is, after the accident, many people were saved because of that woman in white. Some saw her and slowed down. Because of that, they avoided overturned trucks, oil on the road, falling rocks, and sharp bends they could not see. His mother's voice broke. I saw her once too. I was bringing you home from the hospital. You were 3 years old. Our car almost hit a truck with no lights beyond a curve. A woman in white stood in the road. The driver braked. Everyone cursed her. A few seconds later, they saw the truck lying sideways behind the bend. Lam sobbed. Why did you never tell me? Because people like ghost stories, his mother said. Not many people want to hear about a spirit still trying to save them. The radio crackled harder. Her voice grew smaller. Tonight, if you see me, do not stop. Do not get out. Do not ask me to come with you. I am only there to guide you through the last curve. Lam could barely see the road, and spoke from the back. Hold the wheel. Tin gripped his shoulder. Lam, look at the road. He took one deep breath. Then he wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. Ahead of them appeared a curve narrower than all the others. No warning sign. No road light. No reflective stripe. Only fog as thick as a wall. The boy in the back whispered, the third time. No one said another word. The woman in white stood in the middle of the road. This time, she faced the car. Lam could see her clearly. It was his mother. Not the mother who had grown thin and weak from illness. Not the mother from the last hospital bed. This was his mother from years ago. Her hair still dark. Her eyes still bright. Wearing the white coat she used to wear whenever she went to Dalat for medical appointments. Break time equals 0. 5s/. She stood in the fog, looking at him, her mouth moving without sound. Lam could read the shape of the words. Stop. Lam hit the brake. Tin shouted, no, and cried out, do not brake hard. But it was too late. The tires slipped on the wet road. The car spun sideways. The rear swung toward the edge. Lam corrected the wheel, but it felt weightless, as if the steering was no longer connected to the tires. The boy screamed. The cake box fell to the floor. Its lid opened. There was no cake inside. Only an old photograph. The photograph showed a young woman in a white AO-dye, a little boy, a young conductor, and a driver standing beside a red passenger bus. The driver was Lam's father. The young conductor was Tin. Lam's car slid toward the drop. At that moment, the woman in white rushed toward the hood. She did not float. She did not vanish. She ran. Like a mother running toward her child. She placed both hands on the front of the car. Lam saw her eyes. No fear. No anger. Only desperate pleading. Then he heard her voice inside his head. Let go, my son. He understood. She was not telling him to let go of the steering wheel. She was telling him to let go of her. Let go of his father. Let go of the questions that had held him on this road for 30 years. Let go of the feeling that he had been abandoned. Let go of the anger he carried toward the dead. Let go of the pride that told him experience could carry him through every curve. Lamb released the brake, pressed the clutch, shifted into low gear, held the wheel straight. The car jerked violently, and the front tires found the road again. The rear scraped the guardrail, throwing sparks into the fog. Then, with a force Lamb could never explain, the car pulled away from the edge and returned to the lane. Lamb screamed. He did not know whether it was fear, pain, or the sound of a child calling for his mother. "Mom!" The white figure in front of the car smiled. Then she dissolved into the fog. The car stopped at the top of the pass, near the road leading into Dalat. Streetlights appeared. The distant sound of motorbikes drifted through the night. A small coffee shop was still open. There was still fog, but it was no longer thick enough to swallow the world. The clock on the dashboard changed to 12:18. Only 1 minute had passed. Lamb sat frozen. His hands were still locked around the wheel. His breathing came in broken bursts. After a long time, he turned toward the passenger seat. Tin was gone. The back seat was empty too. No one. No boy. No cake box. Only the faint smell of incense remained in the car. Lamb opened the door and stumbled outside. He looked around. No one. No footprints. No shadows. His phone lit up again. Lamb picked it up with shaking hands. There was no longer a call from Mom. Only a new audio recording. Length, 1 minute and 17 seconds. He pressed play. At first, there was only static. Then his mother's voice came through, perfectly clear. "You are out of the past now, aren't you?" Lamb broke down immediately. Her voice continued. "Break time equals 0. 35s/. Then that is enough. I only ask you one thing. From now on, when you drive through Pren in the fog and you see someone standing by the road, do not tell people it was a ghost." A pause. Then her final words. "Tell them someone was still trying to get them home." The recording ended. Lamb stood by the road for a long time. Fine rain settled on his hair. Behind him, Pren Pass lay still inside the fog, as if nothing had happened at all. The next morning, Lamb took the car to a garage. The mechanic looked at the long scrape along the side and shook his head. "You hit the guardrail?" Lamb nodded. "Probably." The mechanic crouched to check the undercarriage. Then he went quiet. "What is it?" Lamb asked. The mechanic touched the edge of the front bumper. There were 2 dark mud prints on the hood. They looked like hands. One left. One right. Clear against the metal. But what made Lamb's blood run cold was their size. They did not look like a man's hands. They looked like a woman's. And between the two prints, a strip of white fabric had been caught in the seam. Lamb picked it up. Thin. Wet. Cold. Like an old piece of raincoat cloth. The mechanic asked, "Did you hit somebody last night?" Lamb looked at the fabric in his hand. Then he shook his head. No. But when he checked the dash camera, the entire recording from inside the pass was filled with white static. Only one frame was clear. The frame captured the moment his car slid sideways at the final curve. In the image, a woman in white stood in front of the hood, both hands pressed against the car. Fog hid her face. But behind her, along the road edge, there were many other figures. An old man in a knit cap. A young woman in a white AO dye. A little boy holding a cake box. And a man standing at the very back, wearing an old driver's shirt. Lamb enlarged the image. The man looked straight into the camera. His face was covered in faint scratches. But Lamb recognized him. His father. He was not.
That was the story of Pren Pass, the woman in white, and the curve at kilometer 7. Some people call it a ghost story. Some drivers call it a warning. But on foggy nights in Dalat, when the road turns black with rain and the pine trees disappear behind the mist, those two things can become the same. If you ever hear another story from a real road, an old hotel, a mountain pass, or a place where people say the dead still appear, remember this. Not every haunting begins with revenge. Sometimes the dead return because the living still need one last chance.
If you ever visit Dalat, people will tell you to see the Lake of Sighs in the morning. Go when the fog is still thin. Go when the first sunlight touches the surface of the water. Go when the pine trees stand perfectly still, their shadows falling across the lake like dark fingers. In the morning, it is beautiful. Sad, maybe. Quiet, definitely. But safe enough for tourists to take photos, drink coffee, and leave with a story they think they understand. But the old people in Dalat have a different warning. Do not walk around the Lake of Sighs after midnight. Not because the trail is dark. Not because the ground is slippery. And not because you might fall into the water. They say that when the fog gets thick enough, you can hear someone crying from the lake. At first, the crying sounds far away. Then it comes closer. Closer. Until you realize the crying is no longer coming from the water. It is right behind you. And the worst part is not the crying. The worst part is the footsteps that come with it. One step from you. One step from the person walking beside you. And one third step. At first, that third step is soft, almost polite. But the longer you walk, the more it matches your rhythm. As if whoever is behind you has been there for a very long time. And only tonight, in the fog of the Lake of Sighs, have you finally learned how to hear them. My name is Nam. I am 32 years old, and I live in Dalat, the mountain city people call the City of 1,000 Flowers. By day, I ride for a delivery app. By night, when the money is right, I record field audio for horror channels, folklore videos, and travel documentaries about haunted places. If somebody needs the sound of wind moving through pine trees, I can get it. If they need tires on a wet mountain road, an old wooden door creaking open, rain tapping on a rusted roof, or a lonely dog barking in a fog-covered alley, they call me.
I have recorded abandoned villas, empty cemeteries, old hotels, tunnels, forests, and hill roads where drivers swear they saw someone standing in the mist. And for years, I told everyone the same thing. Dalat is not haunted as much as people think. Dalat just has fog, and fog knows how to make people afraid. I believed that, until the night I accepted a recording job at the Lake of Sighs. The Lake of Sighs, known locally as Hotanto, is a real place east of Dalat. Tourists know it for its quiet water, its pine forest, and the tragic romance people have attached to it for generations. The old legend tells of Huang Tung and Mai Nuang. The young man goes away to war. The young woman hears he has died. Heartbroken, she takes her own life by the lake. In some versions, he comes back too late and dies in grief. It is a sad story, a beautiful story if you hear it on a sunny morning from a guide holding a little microphone. But the story I heard that night was not beautiful. It was not romantic, and it was not the story tourists were supposed to hear.
The job came on a Friday afternoon, right after the rain stopped. I was sitting in a small coffee shop on Phan Dinh Phung Street, wiping down my old recorder, when my phone buzzed with a new email. The sender name was strange.
MN Archive.
There was no full name, no phone number, no company signature, just a short message. I need you to record the Lake of Sighs after midnight. I need fog, pine trees, water, and if possible, crying. Payment, 5 million dong. Meeting point, the side gate near the pine trail. Time, 11:40 tonight. A guide named Ni will meet you. I read it 3 times. 5 million dong for one night of audio was too much. Usually, a job like that paid a few $100,000, maybe 1 or 2 million if it involved a dangerous location or a long ride. But the Lake of Sighs was not far. It was not difficult, and it certainly was not worth 5 million, unless the person hiring me knew something I did not. I almost deleted the email. Then my mother called. Her voice was rough from coughing. The weather had turned cold, and every winter in Dalat seemed to crawl straight into her lungs. "Nam," she asked, "are you working tonight?" "Maybe," I said. "I got a job offer." "Don't ride too late. The fog has been thick these past few nights." I listened to the silence after her words. I knew that silence. "Mom," I asked, "do you need money for medicine?" She did not answer right away. My mother never asked for money directly. She just called at the exact moment she could no longer hide that she needed it. I looked at the email again. 5 million. One night. I replied, "I accept, but I need 50% up front." 3 minutes later, my bank app showed a transfer of 2.5 million dong. No note, no call. Only one more email. "Do not walk around the lake alone." That evening, I went home to pick up extra batteries, a wind cover, a power bank, and my thick jacket. My mother was sitting by the window, rolling a piece of wool between her fingers. Outside, the alley was wet from rain, and the yellow streetlights had smeared across the stones like melted wax. I tried to move quietly, but she turned as soon as I entered. "Where are you going?" "To record some audio." "Where?" I do not know why I told her the truth. "The Lake of Sighs." The wool fell from her hand. At first, I thought the name had simply startled her. It is not exactly a cheerful place to mention at night, but the expression on her face was not surprise. It was fear. Old fear. The kind that has been buried for so long that it no longer looks like fear until someone says the wrong name. "You cannot go there," she said. "Mom, it is just work. There will be a guide. I record for a few hours, then I come home." I said no. "You believe in those ghost stories now?" I asked. Her eyes went red. "I do not believe in ghosts." "Then what are you afraid of?" She looked at me for so long I thought she was finally going to tell me something. Something she had been carrying for years. But in the end, she only said, "Your father used to work near that lake." I froze. My mother almost never talked about my father. I knew only a few things about him. His name was Tran Bay. He had once worked as a security guard somewhere in Dalat. One rainy night, more than 20 years ago, he disappeared. No letter, no message, no return. My mother always said he was not worth remembering. I believed her. For more than 20 years, I believed her. "Dad worked at the Lake of Sighs?" I asked. She did not answer. She turned away from the window. "If you hear someone call your name behind you," she said, "do not turn around." I frowned. Why does everyone keep warning me about what is behind me? She looked at me then, and her face had gone pale. "Because whoever calls you may not want you to turn around." She paused. "They may only want to know whether you are still alive." I reached the side gate at 11:32 that night. Dalat at night has its own kind of cold. It is not sharp. It is not dry. It is soft, wet, patient. It settles into your clothes and waits for your skin to notice. I rode past closed ghost houses, dark coffee shops, empty sidewalks, and lines of black pine trees leaning over the road. The closer I got to the lake, the thicker the fog became. The main gate was locked. I followed the email instructions and circled to the side gate near the pine trail. It was a narrow entrance half hidden behind old fencing and fallen needles. A faded sign hung crooked from one post. I killed the engine. The moment the motor went quiet, I heard the pine forest breathing. Not wind. Breathing. A long, low sound passing from one treetop to the next, like the forest itself was letting out a sigh. I checked my recorder. Full battery, empty memory card, external microphone working. 11:39. No one was there. 11:40. The fog behind the gate shifted. A young woman stepped out. She wore a gray wool coat, a white scarf, and her hair tied low behind her neck. In her hand was a small flashlight, but she did not turn it on. "Nam?" she asked. "That's me. Are you Nee?" She nodded. "You came earlier than I expected. You are not scared? Standing out here alone at this hour?" She glanced over my shoulder. It was quick. So quick I almost missed it. "I am used to it," she said. I turned. Behind me were only the dark road and my motorbike. "Used to the lake?" I asked. "No." She opened the side gate. "Used to the person walking behind people." I did not like that answer. I liked it even less when the gate opened without making a sound. It was old iron, rusted hinges, wet metal. I should have screamed when she pushed it. Instead, it opened silently, as if someone on the other side had been holding it ready. I followed her in. The trail around the lake was darker than I expected. Even with the city lights somewhere behind us, the pine forest seemed to swallow everything. My flashlight reached only a few steps ahead. Then the lake appeared through the fog. Flat, black, still. I had been there many times during the day. Back then, it was a tourist place. Horse carts, couples taking photos, hot corn, coffee, families laughing under umbrellas. But at night, it was not a tourist place. It looked like an eye opened in the middle of the forest. An eye that did not blink. "Start recording," Nee said. I pressed record. The tiny red light came on. 1 second. The first thing the recorder captured was wind. The second was my breathing. The third. I stopped. "Do you hear that?" I asked. Nee stood beside me, staring at the water. "Hear what?" "I think someone is crying." She said nothing. I held my breath. It was very faint. I could not tell if it came from the lake, the trees, or some empty place between them. A thin, broken sob like a thread being pulled tight and cut again. I removed my headphones. The sound vanished. I put them back on. The crying returned. The skin on the back of my neck went cold. "Probably wind frequency," I said. "Wind through pine needles, reflection off the water, sensitive microphone. It can happen." "You don't need to explain it to me," Nee said. "What?" "People who do not believe usually explain more than people who do." She started walking. "We have to complete the full circle." The trail was wet and slippery. Pine needles stuck to the soles of my shoes. I held the recorder in one hand and kept one headphone over my right ear. With my left ear, I heard the real world. With my right ear, I heard the world through the microphone. They were not the same world. Outside the headphones, the lake was quiet. Inside them, it was full of sound. Water moving when the surface looked still. Branches brushing together when there was no wind. Wings beating somewhere far above us. And sometimes, crying. Not clearly male or female, not old or young, just grief turned into sound. After about 10 minutes, I asked, "Nee, how long have you worked here?" "A while." "Do you always guide people around the lake at night?" "No." "Then why tonight?" She was quiet for a few steps. Then she said, "Because the email came to me before it came to you." I stopped walking. "You got an email from MN Archive too?" She nodded. "What did it say?" "Guide Nam around the lake. Do not let him turn around when he hears the third set of footsteps."
Ist er here?
"That is not funny." "I do not make jokes," she said. "Who sent it?" "I thought you knew." I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not one bar. I tried opening my email. Nothing loaded. "Does this place always lose signal?" I asked. Nee looked at the lake. "Only when the lake does not want you to call anyone." "You talk like a haunted house employee." "Think that if it helps." I was about to answer when a crack burst through my headphones. Not a branch breaking. not static. It sounded like someone bending a finger until the joint popped, right next to the microphone. I stopped and looked around. "What is it now?" Nee asked. I raised a hand for silence. In the headphones, after the crack, there was a flat stretch of quiet. Then footsteps. 1, 2, 1, 2. I looked down at my own feet. I was standing still. Nee was standing still. But in the headphones, the footsteps continued. 1, 2, 1, 2. Slow, even, close. As if someone was walking around us. I took the headphones off. The footsteps vanished. I put them back on. They returned closer than before. "Nee," I whispered. "Yes."
Come closer.
She looked at me, and for the first time that night I saw pity in her face. "Do not be afraid of those footsteps," she said. "Why not?" "Because they are not behind you yet." My spine went cold. "Yet?" She looked down at the wet trail. I followed her gaze. There were 2 sets of footprints in the mud. Mine with the wide grooves of my running shoes. Hers, smaller and thinner. And 3 meters behind us, a 3rd footprint had just appeared. A man's footprint. Left foot. Pressed deep into the wet ground. Fresh. But there was no man standing there. I do not remember how many steps I backed away. I only remember Nee grabbing my wrist. Her hand was freezing. "Do not run," she said. "Someone is following us." "I know." "You know? And you still want me to keep walking? If we go back to the gate now, we have to walk against the path." "So?" She looked into the fog behind us. "It likes people who walk against the path." I muttered a curse under my breath. I had recorded plenty of sounds that scared other people. Empty houses creaking because the wood expanded. Wind hitting a broken window and sounding like a moan. Cats running over sheet metal roofs like someone crawling. Once, I recorded a woman singing inside an abandoned villa. Later, I discovered the microphone had picked up a distorted radio signal. But I had no explanation for a fresh footprint appearing in the mud where nobody stood. "Keep going," Nee said. "There is an old shed up ahead." "What old shed?" "A storage shed. They used to keep rescue equipment there. It was abandoned years ago." "Why do we need to go there?" "You need to hear the tape." "What tape?" She did not answer. She let go of my wrist and walked ahead. I stood there for 1 more second. Behind me, in the fog, the crying started again. This time I did not hear it through the headphones. I heard it with my own ears. Close enough that I felt damp breath touch the back of my neck. A woman's voice sobbed, "Do not let him believe that his mother abandoned him." I spun around. No one. Only fog. And the 3rd man's footprint had moved closer. The old shed sat at the northern edge of the lake, hidden behind tall pines. It was a small wooden structure with a low tin roof and a door tied shut with wire. The paint had peeled away in green flakes. Nee untwisted the wire. "How do you know how to open it?" I asked. Someone showed me. Who? The person walking behind you. I did not want to hear anything else. I shone my flashlight inside. The smell of mold came out in a heavy wave. There were cracked plastic bins, torn life jackets, a broken paddle, and faded warning signs leaning against the wall. In the far corner, there was a small metal cabinet. Locked. Nee crouched, reached under the cabinet, and pulled out a key wrapped in a blackened plastic bag.
Ist hier?
You have been here before. She shook her head. Then how did you know there was a key? I dreamed it. I laughed once, dry and humorless. Of course you did. She opened the cabinet. Inside was a tin cookie box, the kind every family used to keep sewing needles or old money in. The lid was rusted. On top, a strip of yellowed tape had been pressed flat. Black marker had been written across it. For Nam, when he is old enough. I stepped back. For a moment, every sound around me disappeared. No wind. No water.
No crying.
Only my heartbeat, slamming so hard it hurt. Nee, I said. My voice had gone rough. Why is my name on that? She looked at the box. Because it was left for you. By who? She touched the lid. Your father. I snatched the box from her.
No.
Open it. My father left us more than 20 years ago. No, she whispered. He did not leave. I did not want to believe her. But my hands opened the box anyway. Inside was a cassette tape, an old photograph, a small silver bracelet for a child, and a folded piece of paper. I picked up the photo first. It showed a man in a security uniform standing by the lake in early morning fog. He was in his 30s, square-faced, short-haired, with tired eyes. I recognized him immediately. My father. Tran Bay. But it was not him that made the room tilt. It was the woman standing next to him. She wore a white sweater. Her hair was long. In her arms was a baby wrapped in cloth. The corner of the photo had faded, but her face was clear. Young.
Sad.
And so much like me that I almost dropped the picture. I turned slowly. Nee stood beside me, pale in the flashlight beam. Who are you? I asked. She said nothing. Who are you? Outside the shed, footsteps approached. 1, 2, 1, 2. This time, the recorder was not involved. The footsteps were outside the door. Nee looked toward the fog. You have to hear the tape before he comes in. Who? I whispered. The one who does not want you to know. I pulled a small cassette player from my bag. I always carried one in case a job involved old material. My hands shook so hard it took almost a minute to load the tape. I pressed play. At first, there was only hiss. Then a man's voice came through. Rough, tired, familiar in a way that hurt before I understood why. Nam, the voice said. If you are hearing this, it means I did not come back in time. I could not breathe. It was my father's voice. I am sorry you had to grow up inside a lie, he continued. but I had no other way to keep you safe. That night, I was on duty at the lake. It was raining hard. The fog was so thick I could barely see the lamps. Around 2 in the morning, I heard a woman crying near the water. The tape crackled. I ran down and found a young woman holding a baby. She was soaked. The baby had a silver bracelet on his wrist, engraved with the name Nam. She told me that if anyone asked, I must not give the child back to them. She said they would build another story, one that made her look like a mad woman destroyed by love. My father's voice dropped lower. Her name was Mai Nuong. I looked at Ni. She lowered her head. Not the Mai Nuong from the legend, my father said on the tape. Not a girl waiting for a soldier, just a real young woman who sold flowers at the market. She trusted the wrong man. His name was Tung. When she became pregnant, he disappeared. When he came back, it was not to claim the child. It was to take away the proof that could ruin his new life. The tape hissed again. I brought you to Han. She could not have children, and she loved you the moment she held you. I told her I had to go back for the young woman. But when I returned to the lake, all I found was a white scarf caught on a pine branch. In the mud below, there were a man's footprints. I heard metal clink softly on the recording. I kept evidence, but the man had money. He had friends. He made people believe the girl had killed herself because of heartbreak, just like the old stories people already told about the lake. After that, whenever anyone asked, they only said, "It is the Lake of Sighs. Tragic love stories happen there." I felt my throat close. I did not abandon you, the voice said. I was forced into silence. If one day you hear footsteps behind you at the lake, do not be afraid. It may be me. I have been walking behind you since that night. I was only afraid you would turn around too soon and see what you were not ready to see. The tape distorted. My father's final words came through thin and broken. Nam, do not trust the man named Tung. The tape stopped. At the same moment, the shed door opened. An old man stood outside. He was in his 60s, wearing a thick jacket and a black wool hat. His face was hollow, but his eyes were sharp. I recognized him.
Mr. Sao Loi.
An old security guard from the lake. I had seen him several times during the day, sitting near the parking area, drinking tea and telling tourists the story of Hong Tung and Mai Nuong in a flat, practiced voice. He always smiled. That night, he was not smiling. He looked at the cassette player in my hand. "You should not have opened that," he said. I stepped back. "How did you know it was here?" He sighed. "Because I helped your father hide it." I stared at him. Ni stood behind me, silent. Mr. Sao came inside. "I did not hurt your father," he said, "and I did not hurt that girl." "Then who did?" He looked at me for a long time. "A dead man." "You are lying."
No.
He died 14 years ago in an accident. But what he did not die with him. Stayed here, in this lake, in the stories people told, in the way they turned a real woman into the shadow of a legend. I tightened my fist around the tape. "Where is my father?" Mr. Sao looked out toward the water. "The night your father came back to gather more proof, he met that man by the north bank. They fought. Your father fell into the lake." My chest went numb. Where is his body? Mr. Sao did not answer. Where is my father's body? He pointed into the fog. Under the twin pines. I ran. Ni called after me, but I did not stop. I ran through fog, over wet leaves, along the slick trail with the black lake to my left. The wind rose. Pine branches hissed above me. Behind me came footsteps. 1, 2, 1, 2. I did not know if it was Mr. Sao or Ni or something else entirely. I only knew I had to reach the twin pines. They stood at the northern edge of the lake, two trunks twisted together and leaning over the water like two people holding each other as they fell. Tourists took pictures there during the day. They called it the Lover's Pine. That night, it looked like two dry arms reaching out of the ground. I dropped to my knees and dug around the roots with my bare hands. Mud, stones, rotten leaves, roots, nothing else. I dug harder. My nails tore, blood mixed with wet soil. Ni reached me and grabbed my shoulder. Stop! My father is here. You will not find him with your hands. Then why bring me here? She looked at the roots. Not to find his body. Then what? She bent down and lifted something small from between the roots. A piece of dark metal. I took it from her. It was half of a security name tag. Only 2 letters were still readable. Tran B. I started to cry. Not loudly, not dramatically. The tears simply came, hot and painful. For more than 20 years, I believed my father had left us. I hated him. I hated him so much I refused to look at his photo. When people asked where my father was, I said, dead. Turned out I had been right. I just never knew. A hand settled on my shoulder. I thought it was Ni. But the hand was heavier, warmer, rougher. I stopped breathing. Behind me, a man's voice whispered, "Do not turn around, son." I froze. That voice. I had heard it on the tape. Dad. Fog thickened around us. Ni stood in front of me, eyes wide. She heard it too. The man's voice said, "You are grown now." Every part of me wanted to turn around. But I remembered my mother's warning, the email, Ni's instructions, my father's words on the tape. Do not turn around too soon. I lowered my head. You did not abandon me? The hand squeezed my shoulder once.
No.
One word. Enough to break more than 20 years inside me. I cried like a child. Then, from the lake, a woman's voice rose into the fog. Not crying anymore. Singing. A lullaby, faint and distant, but so tender it hurt. I looked at Ni. She was crying. No. She was not crying. Her face was beginning to dissolve into the fog. I stood in panic. Ni. She stepped back. The white scarf at her throat lifted, though there was no wind. Ni, what is happening? She smiled. It was the saddest smile I had ever seen. My name is not Ni. I shook my head.
No.
I only borrowed that name so you would not be afraid. Who are you? She looked at the small silver bracelet in my hand. On it was one engraved word.
Nam.
Her voice trembled. When you were born, I named you Nam because I wanted you to grow like a pine tree, still standing in wind, still alive in fog. I could not speak. The young woman in front of me was no longer Nee, not my guide, not a stranger from an email. She was the woman in the photograph. The woman who had held the baby by the lake. The woman people had turned into a tragic rumor so nobody would ask who she really was. Mai Nuong, he whispered. She smiled. Do not call me by the name in the legend. I was just Mai. I stepped toward her. She stepped back. I am sorry you grew up not knowing. Where have you been all these years? She looked toward the lake. In the place where crying cannot escape. I broke. I heard you. I know, she said, but I was not crying for that man. She looked at me. I was crying because you passed this lake so many times and did not know I was calling you. I remembered every time I had waited in the parking area while tourists took pictures. Every time I laughed at the old story. Every time the wind through the pines made me sad for no reason. Someone had been calling me all those years. But in daylight, the living are too loud. I could not hear her. Mr. Sao reached the twin pines a few minutes later. When he saw Mai, he took off his wool hat. His old face folded in on itself. You are still here, he whispered. I looked at him. Uncle Loi. He lowered his head. I am sorry. You kept your promise. Not well enough, he said. I let your son hate his father for more than 20 years. But you kept the tape. Mr. Sao began to cry. An old man crying in the fog beside a lake already full of grief looked both pitiful and terrifying. He turned to me. Your father told me to give it to you only if you came looking on your own. I was not allowed to force the truth on you. If we spoke too early, people would say Han had stolen a dead woman's child. She raised you with her whole life. Your father did not want her destroyed too. My mother, Han, the woman who raised me, the woman who tried to stop me from coming here, the woman who had held the secret inside her for decades. I suddenly understood her fear. She had not been afraid of ghosts. She had been afraid that one day I would learn the truth and leave her. I seemed to know what I was thinking. Do not blame Mother Han, she said. She was the one who kept you with the living. I nodded, still crying. What do I do now? I looked out at the lake. Do not let them tell it wrong anymore. You want me to tell this story? Not for revenge. Then why? So people understand that not every cry needs to be made into a legend. Some women do not die because they are weak. They die because no one lets them tell the truth. The wind rose. The lake began to ripple. The pine trees whispered as if hundreds of people had started speaking at once. I stepped back toward the water. I lunged forward. Mom! The hand behind me held my shoulder again. My father's voice said, Let her go, son. I sobbed. I only just found her. I stood at the edge of the lake. Fog gathered around her feet. You found me long ago, she said. The first time you heard the wind at this lake and felt sad without knowing why. She raised her hand, as if touching my face from across the fog. Nam, do not go back to the world with hatred. The dead do not need hatred. The dead only need to be remembered correctly. I nodded. She smiled. Then the fog covered her. 1 second. 2. 3. When it thinned again, the edge of the lake was empty. Only the white scarf remained on the wet grass. I picked it up. It was cold, but it was not wet. I do not remember how I left the Lake of Sighs. I only remember reaching the side gate when the sky was beginning to turn gray. Mr. Sao walked behind me. Neither of us spoke. My recorder was still running. The memory card was almost full. On the ride home, I had to stop several times because my hands were shaking too badly to control the bike. My mother was waiting by the front door. She did not ask what I had seen. She only looked at the white scarf in my hand. Then she began to cry. I knelt in front of her. For the first time in my life, I said the word with my whole heart. Mom. She held me. I held her back. We cried for a long time. Then she told me everything. She told me about the night my father carried a baby into the house, soaked from rain, his face white with fear. She told me he said, "Save the child first. I am going back for his mother." She told me he never came home. She told me she had wanted to tell me the truth many times, but every time she looked at me sleeping, she was afraid of losing me. I did not blame her. Some lies are born from selfishness, but some are born from love that has run out of choices. My mother had kept me alive. My father had kept me away from a truth I was too young to carry. And the woman under the lake had kept calling for 32 years, waiting until I was old enough to hear. 3 days later, I returned to the Lake of Sighs in daylight. Not to record, not to look for ghosts. I went to the management office, then to the local police. I handed over the cassette, the photograph, the broken name tag, and Mr. Sao's statement. The story was old, too old maybe. Many of the people involved were already dead. Nobody promised that everything would be solved. Nobody promised they would search the bottom of an entire lake because of an old tape. But at least I knew that my parents' story was no longer buried alone in the fog. That afternoon, after most of the tourists had left, I stood beside the Twin Pines. A young guide led a small group along the path. I heard her begin in that familiar voice guides use when a story has been repeated too many times. Long ago, this place was connected to the tragic legend of Hong Tung and Mai Nuong. I did not interrupt her. Legends are legends. People need stories to understand why a place feels sad. But now, whenever someone asks me whether the Lake of Sighs is haunted, I do not laugh anymore. I only say, there are people there whose stories were never fully heard. That night, I went home and opened the audio files. I needed to review everything before sending it to the client. But the MN archive email was gone. Not in my inbox. Not in spam. Not in trash. The only thing left was the bank transfer. I opened the first file. Wind. My breathing. Nee's voice. Crying. I opened the second file. The old shed. My voice asking, "Who are you?" The cassette tape. My father's confession. Then I opened the final file. The one from the Twin Pines. I put on my headphones. First, there was only my crying, then Mr. Sow's voice, then wind. But the recorder had not captured my voice. It had not captured my father's voice either. Everything I heard with my heart was gone from the recording. All that remained was pine wind. I moved the cursor to the end of the file. Just when I thought it was over, a tiny sound came through the headphones. Not crying. Not wind. A lullaby. Soft. Close. I held my breath. After the lullaby, a woman's voice whispered, "Nam." I stood up so fast my chair slid backward. The voice continued, "This time, may I walk behind you?" Then came footsteps. One step. A second. The third. But they were no longer frightening. They were slow, peaceful, like a family walking together down a trail covered in pine needles. I took off the headphones. Outside my window, Dalat was sinking into fog again. In the blurred glass, I saw my own reflection. And behind it, two shadows. A man with broad shoulders, standing slightly unevenly as if one leg still hurt. A woman in a white scarf, long hair over her shoulders, one hand resting gently on his arm. I did not turn around. I only looked at their reflections in the glass and whispered, "You are home." The fog outside thickened. The two shadows slowly faded. But before they disappeared, I heard my laugh. A soft laugh. So soft that anyone else might have mistaken it for wind. But I knew better. From that night on, I never accepted another ghost recording job at the Lake of Sighs. But sometimes, when I ride past the road east of Dalat after midnight, I turn off my engine for a few seconds, just to listen to the pines, to the water, to see if anyone is still crying. And the strange thing is, I do not hear crying anymore. Only footsteps, very soft, behind me. One step from me. One step from my father. One step from my mother. We walk through the fog. No one turns around. No one is left behind. And the Lake of Sighs, for the first time in my life, no longer feels like a place that is sighing. It feels like a place that has finally learned how to breathe out.
If you enjoyed this story, stay with us for more true location horror inspired by real places, old legends, and the shadows people leave behind. Subscribe to Infinite Story Realm, turn on notifications, and tell us in the comments which haunted place you want us to explore next. And if you ever walk beside a quiet lake after midnight, listen carefully before you turn around. That night, fog swallowed Bobby Lake whole. Min sat alone in a wooden boat, clutching a small recorder against his chest. Around him, there was no splash of an oar, no insects in the trees, not even the wind moving along the limestone cliffs. There was only the lake, black and still, like a dead mirror. Then, far out in the mist, a pale blue light appeared. It did not look like a flashlight, it did not look like fire, and it did not look like the reflection of any house along the shore. The light drifted slowly across the surface, sinking and rising again, as if someone beneath the lake was carrying a lantern through the water. Min's hand trembled as he pressed record. A second later, an old woman's voice came through his headphones.
You came home late.
Min froze, because the voice was not coming from the lake. It was coming from the recording file he had just started. And the most terrifying part was this. In that recording, Min could hear himself answering her, even though he had not opened his mouth. Ba Be Lake lies deep in Bac Can province, inside Ba Be National Park in northern Vietnam. It is known as Vietnam's largest natural freshwater lake, a quiet green jewel surrounded by limestone mountains, old forest, caves, villages, and water so still it sometimes looks untouched by time. In daylight, Ba Be is beautiful enough to make people forget the darkness in its stories. Wooden boats slide across the water. Children laugh near the landing. Smoke rises from homes on the hillside. The cliffs stand around the lake like sleeping giants. But when fog comes down, the lake changes. Sound becomes strange. Voices from the shore grow thin and twisted. The creak of a boat seems to come from every direction at once. Even the water appears deeper than it did a moment before. Local legend tells of an old beggar woman who came to a village long ago, asking for food and shelter. Many people drove her away. Only a poor mother and her child took pity on her. That night, the old woman revealed that she was no ordinary beggar. She warned them that a great flood was coming, and after the flood, the valley became the lake known today as Ba Be. People around the lake still tell another story in low voices. On certain foggy nights, a strange light appears on the water, pale blue and silent. It drifts where no boat should be. It moves as though someone is guiding it from below. Older villagers do not call it a ghost. They simply say, "Do not follow the light. And whatever you do, do not call out to it by name."
Move into full cinematic storytelling. Build tension gradually. Min arrived at Ba Be late on an autumn afternoon. He was not a researcher. He was not a ghost hunter. He was a freelance sound designer from Hanoi, the kind of person who noticed the texture of a room before he noticed the furniture inside it. He recorded rain against tin roofs, wind under bridges, temple bells, market noise, footsteps in empty alleys, anything that could become atmosphere in an audio story. Recently, true location horror had become popular with listeners. A friend suggested that Min build a new series around haunted places and old legends in Vietnam. The first episode, he said, should be Ba Be Lake. It has everything, his friend told him. A real place, a flood legend, an old woman in disguise, mysterious lights on the lake. That's an episode people will click on. Min had laughed. To him, every supernatural story could be turned into sound if you knew how to use wind, water, footsteps, silence, and one perfectly timed breath. He did not believe in ghosts. He believed in good microphones and clean post-production. Before he left Hanoi, his mother called him. "Where are you going this time?" she asked. "Back Kansas Ba Be Lake. Just 3 days." The line went quiet. Then his mother asked, in a voice so soft he almost missed it, Who told you to go there?
Means my
Mom, it's not a forbidden forest. It's a national park. She did not laugh. Don't go out on the lake at night. I work in audio. Night sound is the whole point.
Minh.
Her voice sharpened. Listen to me once. Do not go out after the fog comes down. And if anyone calls your name, do not answer. Min thought she was being dramatic. His mother's family had roots in Bac Can, but she had left when she was young. Min's grandmother died when he was little. His memories of that northern mountain region were broken into fragments. A fire under a stilt house, wet wood, a stream behind a yard, and a lullaby in the Tay language whose words had slipped away from him. He did not ask more questions. He told his mother he would be careful and ended the call. By the time he reached the boat landing, the sun was lowering behind the mountains. The lake stretched in front of him, green-black and quiet, held between limestone walls and forested slopes. The person waiting for him was Lynn, a local guide in her late 20s. Her hair was tied back, her jacket was zipped to the collar, and her expression was calm in a way that did not feel unfriendly, felt guarded. "You're Min, right? The audio guy?" she asked. "That's me." "You're making a horror podcast?" "Not exactly horror, more like stories based on real places." Lynn glanced at the equipment bag over his shoulder. "There are plenty of real stories here, but not all of them should be turned into a scare."
Minh hestita.
"You don't like people using the legend?" "It isn't that. People come here, hear 2 or 3 details, and turn the whole lake into a haunted attraction. For the people who live here, this lake is not a dare." Min nodded, mostly to be polite. Lynn brought him to a homestay near the water. The owners, Mr. Fan and his wife, were quiet and kind. The wooden stilt house faced a narrow stretch of lake, and beyond it the mountains faded into late afternoon haze. Dinner was grilled fish, forest vegetables, sour soup, and small cups of leaf wine. Min set a pocket recorder near the meal and began asking about the legend. Mr. Fan lowered his cup. "You want the story of the beggar woman? If you don't mind, I want to record it accurately." Mr. Fan studied him for a moment, then looked out toward the darkening lake. "Long ago, they say this was not a lake. It was a valley with a village. One day, an old beggar woman came asking for food. She was ugly, covered in sores, and smelled so terrible that most people drove her away. Only a poor mother and her child fed her and gave her shelter." Min leaned closer to the recorder. "That night," Mr. Fan continued, "the old woman revealed herself as something more than human. She warned the mother and child that water would come and swallow the village. She gave them a way to survive. After the flood, the valley became the lake." "People believe she was a spirit?" Min asked.
Mr. Fangsrud.
"Belief is not the important part. The lesson is, we were taught that when a hungry person knocks, you open the door. When a stranger asks for food, you do not humiliate them. Some stories are not here to frighten us. They are here to remind us." Min asked the question he had really come for. "What about the lights on the lake?" The air in the room changed. Mrs. Fan stopped clearing dishes. Lynn's eyes flicked toward Min as if telling him not to push further. But Mr. Fan answered, "Some people see them, some never do, usually on nights with heavy fog. A small blue light, like a lantern wrapped in water. It moves slowly, If you see it, you turn back. Why? Mr. Fan looked toward the lake, now fully dark beyond the doorway. Because that light does not guide the living. Min did not go out on the lake that first night. Instead, he sat in his room and checked his gear. The main recorder, the shotgun microphone, the ambient microphone, headphones, batteries, memory cards, backup cables. Everything was clean. Everything worked. At a little before 11, when the homestay had gone quiet, Min played back the dinner recording. The sound was clear. Bowls, chopsticks, Mr. Fan's low voice whined through the wood walls. But at the exact moment Mr. Fan said, "That light does not guide the living," a small bell rang in Min's headphones. Min frowned and rewound the file. The sound was bright and distant, like a tiny piece of metal touched by a fingernail. He took off the headphones and looked around the room. Nothing moved. He played it again. This time, after the bell, there was a breath. Very soft, very close to the microphone. Then an old woman's voice whispered, "Back again."
Mình skin tai ten.
He immediately opened the waveform on his laptop. The voice was there. It was not random noise. It had shape, frequency, and breath like a real person standing near the recorder. He forced himself to think like a professional. Maybe Mrs. Fan had said something behind him. Maybe someone had walked past the door. Maybe the microphone had caught a sound and twisted it into words. He saved the file and named it Night 1 Bell Voice. Then he tried to sleep. But all night, he dreamed of a wrinkled hand knocking on a wooden door. The next morning, Lynn took him around the lake. In daylight, everything felt normal enough to make the night seem ridiculous. The water was green and calm. Tourist boats moved between the cliffs. Birds called from the forest. Children laughed near a small landing. Min recorded everything. Water against the boat, oars dipping, engines in the distance, people calling from shore, wind curling along the rock wall. Their boatman was an old man named Mock. He was thin, sun-darkened, with deep eyes and a face that seemed carved out of weathered wood. He spoke very little. Most of the morning, he simply guided the boat without looking back. When Min asked him about the lights, Mock did not turn around. "Did you come here to find them?" the old man asked. "I came to record the story. Stories are on the shore. What is under the water is not a story." Min gave an uneasy laugh. "Have you ever seen the light?" Mock was silent for so long that Min thought he would not answer. Then the old man said, "Yes." "When?" "The night I carried someone I should not have carried." Min leaned forward. "Who was it?" Mock did not answer. The boat entered a narrower stretch of water. Limestone cliffs rose on both sides, and the trees leaned over the lake, dropping shadows across the surface. Min aimed the microphone toward the cliffs to capture the echo. Suddenly, in his headphones, he heard a heavy splash. "Tum." He jerked his head down toward the water. The lake was smooth. He thought he had imagined it. Then another sound came through the headphones. A person breathing hard. After that, a child crying. "Mom!" Min ripped off one side of the headphones. "What's wrong?" Lynn asked. Did you hear that? Hear what? A child. Lin looked toward Mock. The old boatman sat motionless at the stern. There are no children out here, Lin said. Min removed the headphones completely. The sound vanished. He put them back on. Only wind remained. By late afternoon, Min returned to the homestay with an uncomfortable weight in his stomach. There were too many strange sounds in the files. A microphone could hear things a human ear missed. He knew that better than anyone, but this was different. It felt as if someone was using his equipment to speak. That evening, he called his mother. Mom, have you ever heard about the lights on Bobby Lake? The line went silent. Mom, why are you asking that? I'm just curious. You told me not to go out at night. Why? His mother breathed slowly before answering. Your grandmother used to say the same thing. What exactly did she say? She said our family owed the lake a promise. Min sat up straight. What promise? I don't know all of it. Your grandfather refused to let anyone talk about it. Then we left back Can and never went back. Our family lived near Bobby? Yes. Why didn't you ever tell me? Her voice lowered. Because some things come closer when you say their name. Min said nothing. Then his mother spoke again. When you were little, you disappeared there once.
Minh Frau Wen.
Disappeared. You were 4. We had gone back for a family ceremony. The adults were busy. You ran toward the water and vanished. The whole village searched for you. Near dawn, they found you asleep in an old boat. Your clothes were soaked. In your hand, you were holding a tiny bronze bell. Min felt cold spread through his chest. A bell. Small, no bigger than a thumb. Your grandfather saw it and panicked. He snatched it away and buried it somewhere. After that, he made us leave the same day. I don't remember any of this. I hoped you never would. Min tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out wrong. Mom, you're making this sound like a horror movie. She did not laugh. Min, listen to me. Come home tomorrow morning. I just got here. Come home. I still have work to do. Don't trade one story for the thing our family spent years running from. The sentence irritated him more than it frightened him. He disliked being controlled by old fear. He had spent money, time, and effort to come here. More than that, the strange audio in his files could become powerful material. Maybe the strongest episode he had ever made. On the second night, Min decided to go out on the lake. He did not tell Lin. He did not tell Mr. Fan. At about 11:30, when the homestay lights were out, Min put on his jacket, picked up his equipment bag, and slipped quietly down the wooden stairs. Outside, the fog was already thick. The dirt path to the landing was only a gray line. The lake had disappeared into darkness. Boats tied to bamboo posts bumped gently against one another, making a hollow knocking sound. Min planned to record from the shore. But as soon as he turned on the recorder, a voice spoke behind him. If you want to hear it, you have to go to the middle. Min spun around. Mock stood in the fog, holding an oar. You scared me, Min said. The old man did not apologize. How did you know I was here? People who want to go onto the lake at night all walk the same way. Soft feet, loud hearts. Min felt embarrassed. Can you take me out for a little while? I'll pay. Mak looked at him with those deep, weathered eyes. Some trips are not paid for with money. Min assumed the old man was bargaining. Name your price. Mak stepped into the boat. Get in, but remember this. Whatever you see, do not call out. Whatever you hear, do not answer. The boat left the landing without an engine. Mak used only the oar. It entered the water so lightly that it barely made a ripple. Min sat near the bow and pointed the microphone into the fog. The beam of his flashlight reached only a few feet. The farther they moved from shore, the colder the air became. Min checked his watch. 11:57. He pressed record. At first there was only water, then wind, then the oar. At exactly midnight, the lake went completely still. No water, no wind. Min turned around. Mak was still there, but the oar had stopped moving. Sir,
Min whispered.
the old man lifted one finger to his lips. Far ahead, a light appeared. Min stopped breathing. It was pale blue, no larger than a candle flame, floating just above the lake. It moved slowly through the fog. It did not flicker. It did not reflect like a normal lamp. Beneath it, the surface of the water glowed faintly, as though a hand below the lake was holding it up. Min aimed the microphone toward it. Instantly, his headphones filled with the sound of a market. Not a modern market. It was a dense, living noise. Voices, chickens, pigs, footsteps in mud, people bargaining, children running past wooden stalls. Min stared into the fog. In the middle of the lake at midnight, his headphones were playing the sound of a crowded village. Then the market became rain. Heavy rain. People screaming. Dogs barking madly. Wood splitting. Water crashing into homes. An old woman's voice came very close. Open the door for me. Another voice shouted, Go away! Don't bring your curse into my house. Then laughter. Then people driving someone away. Then footsteps in mud. Then knocking. Min knew that sound. It was the same knocking from his dream. The blue light split into 2 lights. Then 3. Then 5. Small lights appeared all around the boat, drifting in a circle. Min pulled off his headphones. Outside the headphones, the world was silent. Inside them, hundreds of voices were screaming underwater. Mak spoke behind him. Have you heard enough?
Min xoa lao.
What is this? The thing you wanted to turn into content. One light floated close to the side of the boat. Min looked down. In the black water, he saw a face. He could not tell if it was a man or a woman. The skin was pale. The eyes were open. The mouth moved as if trying to speak. Min fell backward. The boat rocked hard. From inside his equipment bag came the sound of a bell.
Min froze.
He opened the bag. Among the cables, batteries, and microphones lay a tiny bronze bell. Old, dull, greenish at the edges. No bigger than a thumb. Min had never put it there. He reached for it. The instant his fingers touched the bell, every light around the boat went out. The lake became black. Mock said from behind him, "At last you came back." Min turned. The stern was empty. Mock was gone. The boat drifted alone in the fog.
Min sao tét, Mr. Mock.
The lake swallowed his voice. There was no echo, no answer. Only the old woman's voice in his ears, even though his headphones were now lying on the floor of the boat. "You still don't remember?" Min did not know how he reached the shore. When he woke, he was lying on the floor of the homestay. Lin sat beside him, pale and shaken. Mr. Fan stood nearby with a cup of ginger water. "Where did you go?" Lin asked. Min pushed himself up, onto the lake, with Mr. Mock. The room went silent. Mr. Fan stared at him. "Who?"
Mots.
"The boatman from yesterday." Lin turned to Mr. Fan. Mr. Fan set the cup down. What did he look like? Thin, dark skin, deep eyes, quiet. He rowed the boat. Mr. Fan's face changed. "Mock is dead."
Min Blinket.
"What?" "He died 12 years ago. One foggy night he took a visitor onto the lake. The boat overturned. The visitor survived.
Mots disappeared.
They found his body 3 days later." "That's impossible. He took me out yesterday. Lin saw him." Lin shook her head slowly. "No, Min. Yesterday our boatman was Uncle Hoa. You paid him at the landing." Min stood, stumbled to his equipment bag, and pulled out his camera. He opened the photos from the boat. There was Lin sitting to the left. There was Min at the bow. But at the stern, where the boatman should have been, there was only N or leaning against the side. No one was there. He opened a video. The boat moved smoothly through the water for nearly 2 minutes. No engine.
No visible boatman.
No one rowing. Lin covered her mouth. Mr. Fan looked at Min's bag. "What did you bring back?" Min took out the tiny bronze bell. Mr. Fan stepped back when he saw it. "That." "You know it?" Min asked. Mr. Fan did not answer immediately. He told Lin to close the door. Then he sat beside the cold stove. "What is your mother's family name?" he asked.
Hoang.
Mr. Fan closed his eyes. "Then it is true."
Minh sợ thoát tai tên.
What is true? Before the flood, in the old village, there was a Hong family. They were the richest in the valley. Rice buffalo workers. When the beggar woman came, she knocked at their door first. Min looked down at the bell. They did not only turn her away, Mr. Fan said. They had people throw dirt and ash at her. A child inside the house cried and tried to open the door, but the adults covered the child's mouth. Then she went to the poor mother and child.
Mr. Fan knocked dead?
Yes, and she gave them the warning. But before the water rose, the Hong family learned about it. They went to the poor house and stole part of what the old woman had left behind. In the chaos, they took that bell. What does the bell do? Min asked. No one knows for sure. The old people said it does not save a person. Calls the way. Whoever holds it when the water rises can hear where the living are and where the dead have already gone. So some of the Hong family survived. A few, then they left. But through the generations, people in that bloodline dreamed of knocking at the door. Some heard water inside their houses. Some saw lights from the lake even when they were far away. Min remembered his mother's words. Our family owed the lake a promise. He asked, "What promise?" Mr. Fan looked at him. To return what was taken, and to tell what really happened. Min sat in silence. The legend, the bell, the old woman's voice, the dead boatman, his mother's warning, the memory of disappearing when he was 4, all of it pressed together in his head until he could barely think. He opened his laptop and connected the recorder. The file from the lake was still there. It had saved automatically as Bobby Knight 2. He played it. First came the oar. Then wind. Then the market, the rain, and the screaming. Lin and Mr. Fan sat beside him, their faces growing paler with every second. When the bell sounded in the file, another voice appeared. It was Min's voice, but not the voice of an adult. It was the voice of a small child. "Grandmother, can I open the door for her?" Then came the old woman's voice. "You opened it, but the grown-ups closed it again." Min's whole body went cold. He kept listening. In the recording, the water rose with terrible force. A man screamed, "Take the bell! Run with the bell!" There was chaos, children crying, people falling, wood breaking. The old woman said, "What does not belong to you must one day be returned." Then the recording shifted. There was a small child breathing weakly. Someone rowing. A younger version of Min's mother crying, "Where is my son? Has anyone seen my son?" Then his grandfather's voice, shaking with fear. "Tell no one. Bury the bell. Bury it now." Min could not move. He had been here before. He had once been given back by the lake. But how? And who had placed the bell in his hand when he was 4 years old? On the third night, Min no longer wanted to make content. He wanted to leave. But as he packed his equipment, he discovered that every audio file on his laptop had been renamed. No more Night 1, no more Bobby Knight 2. Every file carried the same phrase, "Return it." Min looked at the bronze bell on the table. It was silent. But whenever he turned his back, he heard water dripping somewhere inside the room. Drip. 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 That afternoon, his mother called before he could call her. She was already crying. "You saw it, didn't you?" Min held the phone tightly. "You knew about the bell. Your grandfather told me never to speak of it. He said if we spoke, it would find its way back. I disappeared at the lake. What really happened?" His mother was quiet for a long time. Then she told him. When Min was 4, the family had returned to the old village for a memorial ceremony. His grandfather was sick and near the end of his life. He kept dreaming of an old woman standing outside a door. He said he had to return to Bobby one last time to ask for more time. That night, Min vanished. The family searched everywhere. Near dawn, a fisherman found an old boat drifting near the shore. Min was inside it, soaked but alive. In his hand was the bronze bell. When he woke, he kept saying, "The old woman is hungry. Give her something to eat." His grandfather panicked. He took the bell, buried it beneath a tree behind the house, and forced the family to leave that same day. But what did he promise? Min asked. His mother sobbed. He promised to come back and return it, but he died before he did. Why didn't you return it? I was afraid. I thought if we forgot, it would end. Min looked out toward the lake, already filling with fog. "Mom," he said softly. "Yes. I don't think it wants to hurt us." The line went silent. "I think it just wants us to remember correctly." That night, Min asked Lin to take him to the landing. She refused at first. "You've seen enough. Why go back?" "I have to return the bell." "Return it where?" Min looked at the dark water, where the light appears. Lin shook her head. "No one goes there at night." "I'll go alone." "If you go alone, you may not come back." Min gave a tired smile. "Maybe that's part of what my family owes." Lin stared at him for a long moment, then put on her jacket. "I'll go with you, but only until the fog thickens. And if anything calls your name, you do not answer." "I know." "No," she said, "you don't." They borrowed a small wooden boat. This time Lin rowed. Mr. Fan stood on the landing and did not stop them. He handed Min a small bundle of rice wrapped in cloth. "Take this," he said, "not as an offering, as a reminder of hunger." Min accepted it. The boat slid away from shore. The fog came down earlier that night. The lake was unnaturally still. Lin rowed slowly and did not use a flashlight. Min sat at the bow with the bell in one hand, the rice beside the recorder. "Where did Mok die?" Min asked. "Near the deep water ahead," Lin said. "People say he saw the light that night. The visitor with him saw it too. The visitor tried to take a picture and fell in. Mok saved him, but something pulled Mok under." "Pulled him?" "That's what the survivor said. No one believed him." "Who was the survivor?" Lin did not answer right away. Finally, she said, "My father." Min turned toward her. Lin kept her eyes on the oar. After that night, he never went out on the lake again. He said there was an entire village under the water. He said they did not know they were dead. They were still going to market, still calling to one another, still waiting for someone to open the door. They went farther. The fog became so thick that Lin was only a shadow behind him. Then the bell in Min's hand rang by itself. Kang. Lin stopped rowing. Ahead of them, the blue light appeared. One light. Then two. Then a whole trail of pale blue lights stretching across the lake like a road. Min heard his heart pounding. He set the recorder down and pressed record. "What are you doing?"
Lin whispered.
"Telling it right." Min lifted the bell and faced the lights. Then he said, loud enough for the lake to hear. "My name is Hong Min. I am the grandson of the people who took this bell. I have brought it back." The lake remained silent. He continued, "My family was wrong. My ancestors closed their door to someone who needed help. They took what did not belong to them. They turned fear into silence. Tonight, I return the bell, and I will tell the story as it happened." The wind stopped. The fog in front of the boat opened. A figure stood there on the water. An old beggar woman. Bent back, tangled white hair, torn clothes, a face covered in deep wrinkles. Her eyes were clouded, yet strangely bright. She stood on the lake as if standing on solid ground. Lin went rigid. Min could barely breathe. The old woman looked at the bell in his hand. "Returning the bell is easy," she said. Her voice did not travel through the air. It entered Min's chest directly. "Answering is harder." Min's voice shook. "Answering what?" She pointed down. The surface of the lake began to glow. Under the boat, Min saw an old stilt house. It was not a reflection. It was beneath the water. The door was shut tight. Firelight glowed inside. On the porch, an old beggar woman stood knocking. Then Min saw a child inside the house. A boy, about 4 years old. His face looked exactly like Min's childhood photographs. The boy ran to the door and tried to lift the wooden bar, but a man dragged him back and covered his mouth. The child struggled. The old woman kept knocking. Water began to seep across the floor.
Min understood.
The scene was not only the story of distant ancestors. It was also his own memory hidden beneath the lake. The old woman said, "You opened it once." Min whispered, "I did. When you were 4, you heard me knocking. You followed the sound to the landing. You wanted to return the bell, but the grown-ups were afraid. They pulled you away from the promise." Min shook his head. "I don't remember." Not remembering does not mean it did not happen. The old woman reached out. The bell grew warm in Min's palm. He tried to place it into the water, but she did not take it. "The bell is not what I need most." Min stared at her. "Then what do you need?" The old woman looked at the bundle of rice in the boat. When people tell this story, they remember the flood. They remember the spirit. They remember the miracle, but they forget the first thing. What first thing? A hungry person knocked at the door. Min's throat closed. The old woman pointed to the rice. "Put it down." Min did. He placed the cloth bundle on the water. Somehow it did not sink. It floated slowly toward the light. The old woman bent and picked it up. For 1 second, her frightening face disappeared. In its place was the tired, gentle face of someone who had lived through too many hungry seasons. She said, "Now tell it."
Min understood.
He did not need a shocking horror episode. He needed to tell the story as an apology. He lifted the recorder. There on the lake, in the fog, he spoke the whole truth. The beggar woman, the closed doors, the poor mother and child who gave her shelter, the rising water, the stolen bell, the generations who chose silence because they were afraid. When he finished, the lights around the boat brightened. They were no longer scattered points in the fog. Hundreds of small lights glowed beneath the surface. It looked like an entire village waking under the water. The market sounds returned. But this time there was no screaming. Only quiet voices. A fire crackling. A rooster calling far away. Children laughing. Lin began to cry. Min placed the bell on the surface of the lake. It sank slowly. The sound grew smaller and deeper until it was gone. The old woman looked at Min one last time. "You may go home now." Min asked through tears, "And my family?" A house that learns to open its door no longer owes the same debt. Then she turned and walked along the path of blue light. The fog closed behind her. The lake went black. Lin rode back in silence. Neither of them spoke. The next morning, Min left Bobby. Before he got into the car, Mr. Fan handed him a small pouch. "You left this at the landing," he said. Min opened it. Inside was a memory card. He checked his equipment bag. His recorder still had its memory card inside. So where had this one come from? Mr. Fan said only, "Someone found it at dawn. An old beggar woman brought it here and told me to give it to you." Min ran to the road. No one was there. The dirt path was empty. Morning fog was lifting from the lake. Back in Hanoi, Min waited almost a week before he opened the card. There was only one audio file on it. Its title was "Last Time Opening the Door."
Min prex balay.
First came the sound of water. Then a distant bell. Then his grandmother's voice. It was so clear that Min dropped the glass of water in his hand. His grandmother had been dead for more than 20 years. In the file, she said, "Min, if you are hearing this one day, it means you went back. I am sorry we let you forget. That year, you were the one who carried the bell to the landing. You told me the old woman at the door was hungry, and we had to feed her. But your grandfather was afraid. We were all afraid. We took you away." Min sat frozen in front of the computer. His grandmother's voice trembled. "But there is one thing we hid from you." The file went silent for a few seconds. Then she continued. "The night you disappeared, the person who brought you back was not from the village." Min stopped breathing. It was the old woman. Behind his grandmother's voice, a child laughed softly. Then she said one final sentence. "She did not come to take you. She came because, in the Hong house, you were the only one who wanted to open the door." The file ended. Min sat for a long time without moving. Outside his apartment in Hanoi, rain began to fall. Drops tapped against the balcony rail. Min stood and opened the door. The apartment hallway was empty. There was no old woman, no blue light, only a small cloth bundle on the floor. Inside were a few wet grains of rice and a piece of old paper, written in a shaking hand. This time you opened it. Min never made the sensational horror episode about Bobby Lake that he had planned. Instead, he made a different kind of audio story. No cheap jump scares, no screaming, no clickbait title. Only water, wind, a distant bell, and the story of a hungry person knocking in the night. The episode ended with Min's voice. Some legends are not born to frighten us. They survive to remind us that before every flood, there is always a very small knock at the door. And sometimes, the fate of an entire life begins with whether or not we choose to open it. Months later, Min received a strange comment under that episode. The account had no profile picture. Its name was only a single dot. The comment said, "I heard the bell at 33 minutes and 7 seconds. But the strange thing is, after the bell, there was an old woman's voice saying thank you." Min checked the original edit. At 33 minutes and 7 seconds, he had not added a bell. He had not added any old woman's voice. But when he put on his headphones and pressed play, he heard it clearly. A tiny bell rang. Then the old woman's voice whispered, soft as fog over the lake, "There are still many doors that have not opened." And right after that, deep in the background, far away, he heard someone knocking.
Softer ending. Keep it intimate and haunting, not promotional. If this story stayed with you, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications for more true location horror stories inspired by real places, old legends, and the things people still whisper about after dark. And tonight, if someone knocks at your door, remember the lesson of Bobby Lake. Sometimes, the scariest sound in the world is not a scream. It is a quiet knock, waiting to see what kind of person you are. Some mountain passes are dangerous because of steep roads, thick fog, and deep ravines. But some are dangerous because they know how to call your name. That year, during the golden rice season in Mu Chang Chai, when hundreds of travelers came to Khao Pha Pass to watch paragliders drift above the valley, a 17-second video was uploaded online and then disappeared only a few hours later. In that video, a red paraglider floated in the middle of a white sea of fog. It did not drop. It did not get tossed by the wind. There was no pilot hanging beneath it. Only a red canopy slowly crossing the mountainside as if it were searching for someone. At the 13th second, the person filming screamed, "There's someone down in the ravine!" But when the rescue team went down to check, there was no one there. No body. No harness. No footprints. Only a small voice recorder caught in the brush, still running. In the final audio file from that recorder, people heard a man whisper through the wind, "Don't follow the red paraglider." Then a child's voice answered right after him, very close, very clear. "But if you don't follow it, you'll never see your father again." Khao Pha Pass is one of the high, dangerous mountain passes of Vietnam's northwest, located along National Route 32 inIen Bai Province. It sits near the route connecting the areas of Mu Kang Chai and Van Chan, a region known for steep mountain roads, sudden fog, and spectacular terraced rice fields during harvest season. Travelers come here for the views, for the golden valleys, and for the feeling of standing above clouds. During the rice season, the pass is also associated with adventure tourism and paragliding over the landscape below. This story uses that real setting as its foundation. The people, the accident, the red paraglider, and the recordings are fictional. But like many mountain roads, Khao Pha has one truth that does not need to be invented. When fog drops over a pass like that, distance changes, sound changes, and the road ahead can disappear faster than a person expects.
Lam did not return to Khao Pha because he was curious. He returned because of an old cassette tape. His mother had hidden the tape at the bottom of a wooden cabinet for nearly 20 years. After she died, Lam found it beneath a stack of yellowed photographs, an old handkerchief, and a carefully folded piece of newspaper. On the cassette case, written in blue ballpoint pen, were the words,
Khao Pha.
"Do not open until Lam is 30." Lam was 32. He worked as a sound designer for storytelling channels, documentaries, and travel videos. His job was to record the things other people ignored. Wind slipping through a cracked door, tires grinding over wet stones, a person's breath trembling in a dark room. He used to joke with his friends that he could tell whether someone was truly afraid just by listening to their footsteps. But on the night he played his father's cassette, Lam could not understand what he was hearing at all. At first, there was only wind. Not city wind. Not ocean wind. It was long, dry, sharp, and cold, like someone blowing through a flute carved from bone. After almost a minute, his father's voice came through. Hoarse. Broken. Lam, if you ever hear this tape, don't go to Khao Pha during fog season. Lam sat frozen in front of the old cassette player. His father, Hoa, had died when Lam was 12. His mother had only told him that his father had been in an accident while traveling for work in the mountains. No one in the family ever explained more. There was no large memorial, no clear portrait on the altar, no complete story. Every time Lam asked, his mother would look toward the window and say, "Some people who vanish on mountain roads are not found just because someone looks for them." That night, after his father's first sentence, the tape went silent for a long time. Then Hoa spoke again. "I saw the red paraglider." The wind grew louder. There was the sound of metal striking metal. Someone was crying. Then his father's voice nearly collapsed into breath. "It doesn't fly to save people. It flies to lead them back to what they left behind." The tape ended with 3 knocks. As if someone were tapping from inside the body of a vehicle. 3 days later, Lam accepted a sound recording contract for a small travel film crew. They needed audio from the golden season in Mood Song Chai, paragliding at Khao Pha, wind at the top of the pass, market voices, footsteps on terraced fields. The producer was Trang, an old friend of Lam's. When she heard him accept the job, she laughed. "You hate mountain trips. Why did you agree so fast?" Lam did not tell her about the cassette. He only said, "I want to record real mountain wind." Trang did not know that Lam was not trying to record the wind. He was trying to record his father's voice. The van left Hanoi at 3 in the morning. By the time they neared Tu Lu, rain had begun to fall. It was not heavy rain, just a thin mist drifting across the windshield, enough to blur the mountains ahead until they looked like ink paintings. The driver hired by the homestay met them near the town. He was a man around 40, with sun-darkened skin, a lean but solid build, and a calm face. He wore an old army green jacket and a black wool cap. He spoke Vietnamese slowly, but clearly. My name is Pao. If you're going up Khao Pha, let me drive. Fog comes down fast here. Strangers take the wrong curve easily. Trang shook his hand. You're the driver the homestay recommended? Pao smiled slightly. Everyone knows everyone here. It sounded so ordinary that nobody asked another question. Lam sat in the passenger seat with his audio bag under his feet. Inside were his recorder, shotgun microphone, headphones, backup batteries, and his father's cassette. As the vehicle began to climb, Pao glanced at him. You've been here before?
Lam Stephen.
No. Pao stayed quiet for a few seconds. Then why do you look like someone who left something up here? Trang, from the back seat, laughed. Pao, that sounds like the opening line of a horror movie. Pao did not laugh. This pass doesn't like jokes when there's fog.
Trang sợ lâu thơ phây.
Khao Pha appeared after a long bend. The black, wet road curled around the mountainside. On one side rose a wall of stone. On the other side waited a white emptiness. Far below, Lim Mong Valley lay beneath a thin sheet of cloud. Golden terraced fields flickered through the mist, so beautiful that it was easy to forget one small mistake at the wheel could make everything disappear. Lam lowered the window. Cold wind struck his face. He turned on his recorder. Inside the headphones, the wind of Khao Pha came through cleanly. It was not the same as the wind on his father's tape. At least not at first. By the seventh curve, the sound changed. Beneath the wind, Lam heard a thin whistle. Long. Sharp. Like a flute. He frowned and adjusted the microphone. The whistle remained. Pao, Lam asked. Is someone playing a flute nearby? Pao kept his eyes on the road. That's not a flute. Then what is it? The pass breathing. Trang leaned forward. A mountain pass can breathe? Pao answered softly. Anything that swallows enough people has to breathe them out someday. No one spoke after that. They reached a rest point near the top of the pass just before dusk. The area was being prepared for a festival. Tents stood beside the road. Colored flags moved in the wind. Several paragliders lay stretched on the grass while pilots checked their lines. People in windbreakers spoke into radios. Tourists took pictures and laughed. The scene was normal. Bright. Crowded. The crowd made Lam feel safer. He told himself he had only been too sensitive because of the cassette. Trang pulled him toward the launch area to record natural sound. She wanted every real detail. Clips locking into harnesses, canopy fabric snapping in the wind, radios crackling, pilots counting down before takeoff. A female pilot named Han agreed to let them record near her. She was about 28, small but steady, with her hair tied high and bright, alert eyes. On her shoulder was a patch shaped like a red bird wing. "You're making a travel film?" Han asked. Trang said, "Part travel, part mystery. Audiences love strange stories in real places." Han was checking her lines. At that sentence, her hand stopped. "There are many strange stories at Khao Pha, but don't mention the red paraglider." Lam looked at her. "You know about it too?" Han raised her eyes. "Who told you?" Lam started to lie, but for reasons he did not understand. He opened his bag and took out the cassette. My father left this. On the tape, he mentioned a red paraglider at Khao Pha. Han did not touch it. She only stared at it as if it were a dead thing. What was your father's name?
Lê Minh Hoa.
This time, Pao, standing nearby, turned sharply. His wool cap hid half his face, but Lam saw his fingers tighten around the strap of his bag. Han looked at Pao. Pao looked down at the ground. Trang sensed the shift in the air. Han shook her head. Nothing. Years ago, there was a man here with that name.
Làm Stipek Galo.
What did he do? Pao answered for her. He drove. Where did he die? Pao said nothing. A whistle from the launch area cut through the moment. The wind changed direction. The first paragliders began to take off. In the afternoon light, they ran down the slope and suddenly rose as the wind caught them, gliding above the golden terraces like enormous birds. Tourists cheered. Cameras followed them. Trang forgot the conversation and rushed back into work. But from that moment on, Lam knew something had been hidden. And Pao knew more than anyone. That night, the crew stayed at a homestay below the pass. Dinner was sticky rice from Tulu, grilled streamfish, wild greens, and corn liquor. The owner, a woman named Mai, was warm and talkative. She laughed easily. But when Trang asked, "Does Pao drive guests here often?" the woman spilled a few drops of liquor on the table. Which Pao? Trang pointed toward the yard. The driver who took us up the pass. Green jacket, black wool cap. Mai looked outside. The vehicle was parked under a plum tree. No one stood near it. "Oh," she said after a pause, "maybe someone from town." Her voice had changed. Quickly, like a person closing a door inside her own mind.
Làm nô tiết.
Night fell and fog covered the village. Around 11, Lam carried his recorder out to the porch. He wanted nighttime sound from Khao Pha. Distant dogs, insects, wind moving under the wooden roof, water running through the gully. Trang was asleep. Pao was nowhere to be seen. Lam put on his headphones and pressed record. First, everything was normal. Then the whistle returned. Small, but clearer than it had been on the pass. It did not come from one direction. Sometimes it was on the left, sometimes behind him, sometimes it seemed to brush the edge of his ear. Lam removed the headphones. In the real night, he heard nothing. He put them back on. The whistle was still there. Then came footsteps. Slow steps. Wet and soft on the mud. Lam turned around. The yard was empty. The footsteps in his headphones stopped. A man's voice spoke.
Lam.
He shot to his feet. It was his father's voice. Not perfect because it was warped and mixed with wind. But Lam knew it. Some voices can be recognized even if you have only heard them once inside a dream. Lam, open the door for me. The blood in his body seemed to freeze. The wooden door behind him was closed. No one knocked. But in his headphones, the knocking came. the same 3 knocks from the end of the cassette. Lam tore the headphones off and stumbled backward. Behind him, the door opened. Trang stood there, pale and wide-eyed. "Did you just call me?"
No.
"I heard someone knocking on my room door." They stared at each other. From the far end of the yard, Pao walked out of the fog. He held an old flashlight. "Go inside," Pao said. Lam asked, "Where did you come from?" "Checking the road." "In the middle of the night?" "The fog is thick. Tomorrow someone may get lost." Trang snapped, "Pao, what is actually going on here?" Pao looked at the recorder in Lam's hand. "You recorded it, didn't you?" Lam felt the cold move up his spine. "Recorded what?" Pao answered, "The thing that calls people back." The next morning, the sky was unnaturally clear. The golden season spread below them in full brightness. Terraced fields stepped across the mountains as far as the eye could see. More people had come up to the pass. Motorbikes, cars, cameras, drones, voices, speakers announcing flight schedules. Trang decided to film the main sequence at the launch area. Lam went looking for Han. He found her sitting alone at the edge of the hill, adjusting the clips on a blue paraglider. "Han," Lam said, "last night I heard my father's voice in my recorder." She did not look surprised. "You're not the first." "So my father died here?" Han hesitated. "You should ask Pao." "Why does everyone keep telling me to ask him?" Han looked toward the parking area, where Pao stood smoking. "Because without your father, Pao would not be alive to tell the story." Lam could not move. Han told him slowly. Many years earlier, when the pass was emptier and more dangerous than it is now, there had been an accident during fog season. A small passenger vehicle became trapped after it swerved to avoid a rock slide. Inside were several local people, a child, and a driver named Hoa. Hoa managed to get several people out. But when he heard knocking from the back of the vehicle, he went back. Then the fog came down. More earth and stone collapsed. People only found the crushed vehicle and traces of blood on the driver's seat. They did not find Hoa. They did not find the last child. Lam swallowed hard. That child was Pao? Han stayed quiet too long. Then she said, "That's what people say." "What does that mean?" Before she could answer, her radio crackled. A man's voice announced, "Wind is stable. Prepare for the next flight." Han stood. "This afternoon, if fog drops before 5, leave the pass immediately. No matter what you hear, don't turn back." "Because of the red paraglider?" Han looked directly at him. "Because people who follow it usually don't know who they're trying to save." By 4 in the afternoon, the weather began to change. Fog rose from the valley very quickly, as if someone were pouring buckets of white smoke into the mountain hollows. The wind turned colder. Loudspeakers announced that flights were temporarily suspended. Tourists started packing up. Trang wanted a few more shots of fog rolling over the golden fields. "Just 10 minutes," she said. "This light is beautiful." Pao immediately refused. "We go down now."
Chàng Frau Wen.
You always say that. We came here to film. Pao looked up at the sky. This is not normal fog. Lam felt uneasy too. In the headphones hanging around his neck, although the recorder was not on, he could hear the faint whistle again. Then the crowd ahead began to stir. Someone pointed into the air. A paraglider. But they just stopped the flights. Look at that color. Red. Lam turned. Out of the fog above the pass, a red paraglider drifted forward. It was lower than the others. Slower. It did not sway. It did not spin with the wind. It moved as if someone were pulling it with an invisible cord.
Chàng lại phét hơ camera.
Lam looked through her viewfinder. Beneath the red canopy, there was no one. No pilot. No hanging seat. Only loose lines dangling down, long and dark, like wet hair. The cheering changed into whispers. One pilot shouted, "Who was flying that?" No one answered. The radios screamed with static. Then a child's voice came through every radio at once.
Un sổ hoa.
I'm still in the car.
Làm stúp Frau Ren.
Pao rushed forward and shoved Trang's camera down. No more filming.
Chàng Poulet bắt Angeli.
What are you doing? Pao did not explain. He grabbed Lam's arm. Go. But Lam could not look away from the red paraglider. It was drifting toward an old bend below the main road, where an overgrown track seemed to lead into a ravine. In his headphones, his father's voice returned.
Lam,
I'm here. Lam took one step. Pao caught his shoulder. That is not your father. Let go. Listen to me. The voice of the dead is not the dangerous thing. The dangerous thing is the voice of the living when you think they're already dead. That sentence stopped Lam. But Trang had already run. She thought the paraglider was falling into the ravine, and she wanted the first footage of the rescue.
Trang.
Lam ran after her. The fog swallowed her within seconds. Pao cursed under his breath and chased Lam down the track. The path was slick. The soil was soft. Wet grass slapped against their legs. The voices from the pass faded behind them. Soon there was only wind, breath, and the whistle growing clearer. The red paraglider appeared and disappeared ahead of them. Then it was no longer flying. It had caught on an old fir tree, its fabric pulsing in the fog. Trang stood under it. She was motionless, her camera lying by her foot, her eyes fixed on the ravine. Lam ran to pull her back. Trang whispered, "There's a child down there." Lam looked down. The ravine was only white fog. "There's no one." "There is. He called me. He said, he's trapped in the car." Pao arrived, his face drained of color. "Step back." From below, the knocking came. This time it was not in Lam's headphones. All of them heard it. Trang began to cry. Lam bent down and picked up her camera. It was still recording. On the screen, beneath the fog, an old vehicle appeared, tilted among the rocks. A white vehicle. Its rear door was crushed. A piece of red cloth was stuck to the windshield. Lamb raised his head. In the real ravine, there was still nothing but fog. But on the camera screen, the vehicle was clear. And inside it, a small hand was knocking against the glass. Lamb heard his own breath shaking. Pow stood behind him, his voice rough. "Stop looking through the camera. Is that my father's vehicle?" Pow did not answer. "You know, don't you?" The fog thickened around them. The red canopy in the tree began to thrash, though there was no wind. From the ravine, Lamb's father called out, "Pow! Get the boy out first." Lamb turned to Pow. The driver's eyes were red. "You were the child." Pow shook his head. "No." "Then who are you?" Pow looked down into the fog. "I'm the one who heard the knocking and didn't go back." Pow told the truth in the fog. That year he had been 17. He was not the child. He was the driver's assistant. The vehicle had become trapped after a small rockslide. Hoa, Lamb's father, had carried the passengers out one by one. One little boy remained inside, asleep on the back seat, the child of a woman returning from market. When more rocks began to fall, Pow panicked. He ran. Hoa went back for the boy. Pow stood on the road and heard 3 knocks from the rear of the vehicle. He heard them clearly. But he was afraid. He told no one. The fog covered the road. By the time rescuers arrived, the vehicle had been carried farther down. They found neither Hoa nor the child. "Years later, I came back to search," Pow said. "I went down into this ravine many times, but I found no vehicle, no bodies, only a piece of red cloth caught in a tree." "A red cloth?" Lamb asked. "Your father's raincoat. He tore it and tied it to a branch as a marker. Later, people saw it from far away and thought it was a paraglider." Lamb looked at the red canopy breathing in the tree. "But this is a real paraglider." Pow looked at him. When enough people believe in something, the past can borrow its shape to call them.
Chàng clut chết làm Sam.
We need to leave. But it was too late. The track behind them had vanished. Not hidden by fog. Vanished. Where they had walked down, there was now only a steep wall of earth and heavy brush. Han's radio crackled inside Trang's pocket. "Lamb's group, do you copy? Answer me. People are looking for you." Trang pressed the button. "Hang, we're below the track near the red paraglider." The other end went silent. Then Han spoke very slowly. "There is no track down there at Khao Pha." A heavy sound rose from the ravine, like a vehicle door opening after years of being trapped. Out of the fog, a child stepped forward. He wore a brown sweater and muddy cloth pants. His head was lowered. In both hands, he held an old cassette recorder. Lamb could not breathe. The child raised his face. He was pale but not ruined, not frightening, only sad. He held the recorder toward Lam. Uncle Hoa told me to give this to you. Lam stepped back. I already have the tape. The child shook his head. That one is for the living. He held the recorder closer. This one is for those who were left behind. Pao collapsed to his knees. He trembled like a man about to be sick.
I'm sorry, Pao whispered. I'm sorry.
I heard you knocking. I heard it. The child looked at Pao. If you had gone back, both of you would have died. Pao broke into tears. But Uncle Hoa went back. Because he knew I was not the only one in the car.
Lam Frau Wen.
Who else was there? The child turned toward him. In that instant, the wind stopped completely. The silence became so deep that Lam could hear his own heartbeat. The child said, "You." Lam shook his head. "No, I never came to Khao Pha as a child." Pao looked up sharply. His face went white. The child kept watching Lam. "You forgot." Memory struck Lam's mind like a shard of glass. The smell of gasoline. Rain hitting the windshield. A large hand pushing him under a seat. His father's voice saying, "Lie still, don't cry." A woman screaming. Another child knocking from the back. Then someone dragging Lam out. Not his father.
Pao.
A younger Pao, his face covered in blood, crying as he pulled Lam away from the vehicle. Lam's father had gone back to rescue the child still trapped inside. Then the fog took everything. Lam fell to his knees. He remembered. He had been in that vehicle. He had not lost his father in some distant, unknown accident. He had survived that exact crash. His mother had hidden the truth because every time someone mentioned Khao Pha, Lam developed a fever, talked in his sleep, and knocked 3 times against the side of his bed at midnight. Pao's voice broke. "I carried you out. Your father told me to take you first. I thought he would come out after us." Lam looked at him. For the first time, Pao no longer seemed like a mountain driver. He looked like a man trapped in the same day for 20 years. The child placed the cassette recorder on the ground. Uncle Hoa does not blame anyone. Then he turned and walked back into the fog. Lam called, "What is your name?" The child stopped. "I don't remember anymore." He pointed down into the ravine. But the vehicle remembers. As soon as the child vanished, the ground shook. The old fir tree tore loose from the earth. The red paraglider fell, covering the ground in front of them. Something bulged beneath the fabric.
Chang screamed.
Pao rushed forward and pulled the canopy aside. An old vehicle door appeared. Only part of it. Rusty. Crushed. But on it were still 3 small dents, like the marks of a child's hand knocking from inside. Lam turned on his recorder. He did not know why. Maybe because he had spent his life using sound to understand the things his eyes refused to see. He placed the microphone near the vehicle door. In his headphones, between the wind and the shifting earth, his father's voice came through. This time it was clear. Warm. Tired. But peaceful. Lamb, if you are hearing this, it means you came back. I'm sorry I made you wait so long. Lamb began to cry. His father continued. Don't look for me in the ravine. The one still trapped here is not me. It is the fear of the living. If you meet Pao, tell him, I do not blame him. Pao covered his face.
Un sổ hoa.
And if you see the red paraglider, his father said, don't follow it to die. Follow it only to understand who you need to forgive. The tape crackled. Then another sound came. Not wind. Not knocking. Brakes screaming on wet road. Pao looked up in terror. Run! He pulled Lamb and Trang toward the slope. Behind them, a white beam of light tore open the fog. Headlights. An old passenger vehicle burst out of nowhere, following the same curve from years before. It did not touch the ground. Its wheels spun in the air. Its glass was shattered. The people inside had no faces. It rushed straight toward the rusted door. Pao shoved Lamb and Trang aside. The ghost vehicle passed through him. In that moment, Lamb saw Pao become young again. No old green jacket.
No bull capítul.
Only a 17-year-old assistant, his face bloody, his eyes wide with fear. Pao turned his head toward Lamb. This time I went back. The vehicle disappeared. The fog burst apart like smoke torn by wind. Pao vanished with it. The rescue team found Lamb and Trang close to midnight. They were unconscious on a grassy slope less than 20 meters from the main road. There was no track. No old fir tree. No ravine beside them. Trang's camera was completely ruined. The memory card was blank. But Lamb's recorder still worked. On it was everything. The whistle, the knocking, his father's voice, the child's voice, Pao weeping. The next morning, Lamb asked the homestay owner about Pao. I stayed silent for a long time. Then she took an old photograph from a cabinet. In the photo stood a man in an army green jacket and a black wool cap beside an old pickup. It was Pao. But the photograph had been placed on a small altar. Under it were the words,
Venga Pao.
Died in 2019.
Chàng Stipek Bắc.
That's impossible. He drove us for 2 days. I looked at both of them with red eyes. Pao used to drive guests across the pass. Later, he helped with rescue work during paragliding season. One foggy afternoon, a group of visitors took a wrong old road. He drove out to search for them. People found his vehicle beside the road, engine still running, door open. But he was gone. Lamb said nothing. I continued. Since then, sometimes visitors say a man in a green jacket helped them get safely down the pass. But no one has his phone number, and when they ask who sent him, no one knows. Trang whispered, "So he saved us?" I looked toward Khao Pha, bright now in the morning sun. Maybe he is still paying a debt no one asked him to pay. Lam opened his bag and took out his father's cassette. He meant to let me hear it. But when he touched it, the plastic case cracked. Inside, there was no magnetic tape. Only a small piece of red cloth, faded by years of fog. On that cloth were words written in blue ballpoint pen. His father's handwriting. Lam has left the vehicle. Let the others leave too. Lam did not understand that sentence until he returned to Hanoi. 3 days later, he reconstructed the audio from his recorder. At the very end, after Pao vanished, it seemed as if the file had ended. But if the volume was raised and the wind was filtered out, there was a tiny final exchange. A child's voice said, "There is one more person." Then Lam's father asked, "Who?" The child answered, "The one listening." Lam sat frozen in the studio. On the computer screen, the waveform formed 3 sharp peaks. At that exact moment, 3 knocks came from outside the studio door. Not loud, not hurried, just steady, like someone very patient. Lam removed his headphones. The room was silent. Then Pao's voice came from the other side of the door.
Lam.
A pause. This time, don't open it alone.
People still come to Khao Pa during the golden season. They still take photographs. They still watch paragliders soar. They still stand at the top of the pass, look down into the sea of clouds, and say the place looks like a gate to the sky. But people who have lived near that road for a long time often warn each other about one thing. If the fog drops too quickly, if the wind over the pass begins to sound like a flute, if you see a red paraglider flying very low, very slowly, with no pilot beneath it, do not follow it right away. Stand still. Call the names of the people with you. And never answer if the wind calls your name exactly. Because on Khao Pa Pass, some voices do not want to kill you. They only want you to turn back. Back to the place where, many years ago, someone was left behind.